It's on YouTube.
Yeah, you can get the gist of the movie without having to watch the movie. That's my take. Oh shit! I just started this live and didn't even know it did it. Cool. Well, let's see. Get this straight. My audio's good. Team, everybody sounding good. Everybody in the house. Let's switch into the comments real quick. Alrighty. Cool.
Okay.
Alrighty. All right. And hello, everybody, and welcome. This is the Political Matrix. I am your host, Young Morpheus, here with my lovely team and colleagues, Mr. Cy Lawson, Mr. The Blue Maverick himself, Manuel, and L. Latham. I guess I'll start off with L. How are we doing tonight, L?
We're fine. We're a little cool, so we put on the heater, but now we turned it off to continue, and then we'll probably turn it on again in like 5 minutes. But for now, we're cool. We have an avatar that I want to get into when everybody's in the place, because we're going to talk about this image later. It's interesting. I just saw this poster for the first time in a long time online, and I was like, huh, okay. Well, we'll talk about that later. But yeah, let's go, Brandon, and let's go with the show.
Yeah, I decided to be careful with it. Instead of putting "Let's Go, Brandon" all the way in the title, I just put like "Let's Go." So I figured
they know
the imagery.
You think they might pull it? You think they might pull us for the phrase? Is that what you're worried about?
Just in case, I didn't want to take the chance, and also,
even he agrees. Brandon agrees. So what's the problem?
Yeah, I definitely want to show that clip tonight.
We are.
E, how are we doing tonight, brother?
It was warmer. Grateful for the extension. For all my fellow brothers and sisters, for all my fellow people who were, about to feel the swift boot of student debt. So I'm grateful for that, because I know a lot of people were worried about it. Still should be, but
I'll say from this Biden administration, I think there's a lot of boots going on, whether it's from the student debt, which we'll get into, or the IRS, different issues. The IRS has been cracking down on a lot of more lower income people, I would say. So I think we're all feeling a little bit. Chris, how are we doing tonight, brother?
What's going on, everybody? I'm good. I can't complain. I'm here. I cooked. I ate. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm good. I don't really need too much else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, other than that, it's just weird times we're living in, trying to make sense of it all. It's kind of crazy. Christmas on the Saturday this year, don't feel like it. Not that I'm really into it like that, but, one, it's 80 degrees here, and it's a Saturday. So it's just kind of like, it just feels a little off.
It's warm for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
Yeah, correct.
81. Yeah, it's a lot of weird stuff going on weather-wise this year. So, that's definitely in my mindset also. What the heck is that? Sorry.
It's 48 degrees in LA right now.
48 in your area? I wonder what it is in my neck of the woods.
Weird.
That's not even my area. That's just random, like LA County. Like,
the LA County.
Who knows which one? Which area? Probably in Hollywood, it's 49 or 50. Yay!
High variant.
The variant in the building.
Hey, Jack.
Hello,
hey,
and our good buddy Jack. Jack, if you want to swing through, let me know, Jack. And I'll send you over the link. So just let me know if you want to hop on, and I'll send it over to you. But
I'd like to hear his opinion of the poster that's in my avatar as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of like slow walking a little bit, just in case he decides he wants to hop on. But yes, tonight's show, as you can see in the headlines, I titled it, and yes, I need to get to my my teleprompter. Here. We will be talking. Let's see. The Matrix 4, which we won't get to that right away. We will save that for a little bit later on in the show because I'm pretty sure we're going to talk about some of the other ones. And we're going to try our best to not drop any spoilers or, limit it on the spoilers. So we'll keep that in mind. As you see, it says "Let's go." We all know what "Let's go" really means. It means "Let's go, Brandon." And for those who do not see Biden and his little NORAD, little fupa, we're gonna talk about that. I thought it was freaking hilarious. So we definitely have to talk about that.
I did too. That killed me.
That was the best gift.
Yes, one of our
gift
friends.
That keeps on giving.
One of our friends of the show, Frederick, he brought up. Concerns about Omicron and lockdowns. So we're all gonna kind of hash out some of our thoughts and theories on that front. And then what else? We have I didn't put it in the title, but we're gonna talk a little bit updates about Ghislaine Maxwell. We do know that her trial is coming to a close, so Elle is gonna give us all the updates on that. There was one other thing that I wanted to say. That I noticed, quick news note. A naval ship right now. I can't remember which one off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure I can look it up real quick, or Elle probably knows. But the ship is completely shut down now due to a COVID outbreak. And being that you have to be vaccinated on board naval vessels now, interesting. That's all I'll say for that. So, and I see, we got signs. Yes, still on the phone with fam. Oh, but don't worry, we're not going anywhere, and we'll be right here waiting for you. Team, colleagues, what would you like to get started with first? I'm curious.
Well, I got that story you just mentioned. I'll put it in the private chat.
Let's see. That story. Let's see.
The naval ship.
Yeah, I'll let Chris.
Now, when you said naval ship, I thought you were talking about the water poisoning that they did in Hawaii.
No, that is another. We didn't talk about. Well, that happened.
That's what I thought you were. Yeah, I was like that. Okay.
Let me see. I screenshotted it. The USS Milwaukee.
This one's in Guantanamo Bay.
This is the USS Milwaukee. This tweet by Cynthia McKinney says U.S. naval combat ship paralyzed by COVID-19 outbreak despite 100% vaccination rate. The U.S. Navy on Christmas Eve refused to disclose how many personnel on the USS Milwaukee have COVID-19, but emphasized the crew was fully vaccinated, which that is something that I noticed, and I covered also that. Well, I'm not gonna say I covered, but I read that story and it caught my attention, especially being former Navy. Stories like that always catch my attention. But if we have 100% vaccinated crews who are coming down positive to the point, well, let me be careful. There's so much I want to say, and so that's the reason why I get a little frustrated with these COVID topics.
I just have a question, Marcus. I mean, there's a lot of people who got, who got the jab, basically say, I don't want to catch COVID, and then, they take the jabs, and then they caught COVID anyway. I mean, a couple of them have some questions. They're confused.
They're not dead, Ian. That's what matters.
Because I don't know if let me know if you guys seen it or not, but what was it? Jimmy Dore and Graham Elwood, they debated this topic. Yeah, I mean, and it's so sad what's happened to Graham. I used to love Graham Elwood, but I can't listen to him anymore because when it comes to this issue, I don't know why he's went so hardcore the way he is, and he's just completely. And it's like the arguments that he makes. It's a lot of goalpost moving, which he does, and he over exaggerates and strawmans issues to not address what was said. So I just can't. I can't even do it. Like he said, well, penicillin People have allergic reactions to that. So why should
I do,
And I'm like,
by the way.
yeah, but the thing is, nobody is mandating anybody to get penicillin shots. So it's like your argument doesn't even stand up when it's faced
And
with actual criticism. And he was so like, he was just anything Jimmy Dore would say back on that issue, arguing the front. He was jumping in and not trying to let him complete his arguments at all. So it was just so frustrating to watch.
And also, like, people have complained that they are allergic or have reactions to the vaccines, and people just are like, "Oh, that's not true," or "I have a different reaction than you do, so my story is more important than yours is." And it's just so ridiculous going back and forth about how you can get the vax, but this person can't, but they're just belly aching or whatever about it. Like, you don't know their story. Like, people just acting like they know everybody's story online. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Well, I guess the biggest part that's the most frustrating is Graham hit him with a really good question. And I mean, not Graham, but Jimmy hit him with a really good question.
I was like, what?
And he said, if you're worried about possible side effects, and I mean, or you're worried so much about, the effects of COVID, then I'm not telling you that you shouldn't get vaccinated. If you want to go get vaccinated, it's your choice. Go get vaccinated. But how does me getting vaccinated affect you? And he kept coming back to, well, it could kill people and all this. And I'm like, here's the thing. I could entertain that argument. Boy, I'm treading on some thin ice tonight. But I could understand that argument more so if we were still talking about in the early stages. But at what's been going on now, where it's been mostly cases, and stats have showed that fatalities have dropped quite a bit, where we are now from where we started. I have a hard time with people who are making the same arguments as if we're in the first 6 months of COVID still, and not looking at anything as if nothing has changed. So I guess that's all I'll say on that. I don't want to get us in too much trouble here. But
If you're
Chris,
still
right.
if you're still advocating that their serum or their face condoms are something that we should be doing ourselves, like, you're just an
That's a
idiot
new one.
still. I have no at this stage of this bad movie. I'm not interested in saving people. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, at this point, let the zombies have them. You know what I'm saying? There's no point. I mean, at my job, we're having a breakout right now, right? There's multiple people who are becoming ill. What do they all have in common? They're not like me.
Mhm.
And I'm not. Look, I'm untouched. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to say. But yeah. So there's people in my office. There's a breakout, and of course, they're all 2 and 3 times boosted. If you understand what I'm talking about, and those of us who aren't.
I hate that word, by the way. I hate that
So
because
do
it makes it sound like you have some kind of fucking superpowers or something. And it's like, no, you don't.
Oh my gosh, they're pretending they are now. They're pretending they have a super immunity or something. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like,
sorry to interrupt you, Chris.
No,
sorry to interrupt you. Interruption.
You guys are good. I'm saying it's just I'm so over it too, like Marcus is. I'm over it, but unfortunately, it's everywhere. Again, I can't even watch I couldn't even enjoy today's games because dudes are out because of positive results, not as a result of anyone actually being under the weather and ill. They took a test and it showed up positive. It's annoying as hell. If you're a football fan and you're trying to watch the games, it's also affecting you there. My uncle and I was looking at stuff earlier this week, and come to find out it's affecting the NHL too, which I didn't know because I don't really follow hockey, but it's happening there. I know that there's football players. It's not American football, but soccer players around the world. Things are happening to them that weren't happening on that field prior. So again, if you're somebody who is still believing the official narrative, you're just a moron. I mean, there's no other. I can't be nice about it. I mean, I don't have to tell them this to their face, right? I could keep my mouth shut in those cases, but as we talk amongst each other in this platform, they're really moronic and idiotic. Like they are. They question nothing, and they would tell you that you're not wearing your facial condom properly and that you need to go get some more serum. I mean, how much more serum do you need?
The fourth one's the charm. Don't worry about it.
Right. Britain's shooting for 4. It's go for it. Vaccine 4.
The fourth one can't be the charm because you know what they say when you go to Vegas, right? Lucky number 7. So it was going to be like 7. 7's going to be the charm.
However many it takes to really, really help the profit margin of the big pharma executives. However many that takes over years, and then you got to monetize it or commercialize it and make people pay for it, which is something that has been brought up in the UK by a certain exec there, a pharmaceutical company representative there. And they are going to probably do that. It is something that's being discussed.
Appreciate it, Mark.
Matt Marks says, wishing the Political Matrix team a very Merry Christmas. I thank you, even though I don't celebrate Christmas.
I don't either.
Yeah, I consider it I put it this way. It's against my faith to even celebrate it. So that's why I don't.
I don't for various reasons, but also religious or non-religious reasons. I don't celebrate any religious holiday.
Well, I won't say that.
I noticed that if you don't have any money, you can't really celebrate. I guess I can't. I can't really celebrate Christmas since I ain't got no money.
Yeah.
I did buy my roommate a bunch of snacks for it with the food stamps that I get. So that was fun for him.
Look,
got
he
some
said
Fritos and some hippies.
Look, he made the only point that matters in this society, right? As I've often said on this channel, what do we collectively value more than anything? It's money. With that being said, a holiday like today is either really great or it's really bad. I doubt that there's middle ground because the way that the society is set up,
it's commercialized to like.
And the way it's designed to either get you really high like a good batch or really fucked up like too much fentanyl, and that's what we are with it.
Isn't it funny how the supply chain situation got so resolved right before the big commercial holiday?
Right, like it all just got mystically fixed. Like,
let's all give a round of applause to Saki for fixing that for us. Thank you, Saki.
You're your best friend. We all know Saki is your drinking buddy. We all know it.
I just exercise with her. Actually, that's it. She gets me pumped up.
Well, that's like 1984, right? Whenever they're on TV telling you that you need to get up and you need to exercise, so it wouldn't be surprising if that was her workout buddy. But did you guys see LeBron James's post?
I did.
On Instagram?
I just saw LeBron get dunked on, but I mean, I don't know. Tell me about his post.
COVID, flu, or cold?
The Spider-Man, the Spider-Man meme where there's 2 of them pointing at each other?
Yeah.
Yes.
I know it.
Okay, so he did that meme, but it was the 3 Spider-Men from the movie, and they're all pointing at each other, except one said flu, one said COVID, and one said flu, COVID, and cold. Yeah. So, of course, Instagram tagged his post. I think they may have even taken it down. And, everyone...
and they're like... They get their feelings hurt. Facebook is an opinion person. Like, they make opinions. They don't make fact checks. So what's the problem? All the fact checks are opinions, according to them, Mark Zuckerberg.
Correct. And the thing about it is there were several players in the league who commented on LeBron's post and agreeing with him. Like, yo, bro, there's something. Basically, the gist of their response was like, bro, like, what's going on here? We all take a test, but none of us is sick, and we all want to play, and we can't. So
Well,
I
and
just
then
thought that was interesting because they
you
were
al-
mad at him for using Spider-Man.
you also have to factor in that sometimes just the way the testing can be done, you could test somebody, they get a positive, and then you test them a couple of days later, now you got a false positive. And
That's why it shouldn't be every day.
This is according to their testing. I mean, my own personal feelings, I am not a medical professional or anybody in that kind of realm. I'm just saying my opinion.
None of us are.
If you are playing in the NFL, especially in an outdoor stadium, I don't get holding players out for COVID protocol. I don't get it. Also, when according to the stats, literally from the CDC on like the health risks, some of them are having far more health risks just playing football than they do from COVID. So I'm having a hard time, understanding this. Now, you might even have a better argument in a hockey arena or basketball indoor arena where, okay, all these people are in there together. But if you're all getting vaccinated, I'm still trying to understand if all these people, like for instance, to go into what is it? I can't even think what it's called out here. But in order to go to a Rams game, you have to be vaccinated. So that means all of them are vaccinated except for a handful of players. So are you telling me that somehow now you're worried that a player is going to infect a fully vaccinated crowd? And that I'm not, that's just not making sense to me. Because if the vaccination and the boosters and all that is perfectly fine, then you should just be able to go on. And okay, there's a possibility that, because according to them, if you have the vax and you get COVID, then it's going to reduce the reduce the risk of infection or reduce the chances of getting and reduce the symptoms. So you shouldn't be too worried according to what the, I guess, official narrative says. So it doesn't make sense, the protocols that are being taken according to what is being preached. Because it's like this. Okay, so let's say if every single American, the 330 million population all get vaccinated, are you telling us that you still are going to have all these lockdowns and all this craziness? Then at that point, then explain to me what is the vaccine doing if you still need to do all these other steps and all that, and you're still that worried about all this. I mean, personally, it sounds like, well, this is my opinion again, my opinion. We got a bunch of geriatrics who are worried about themselves, and they're willing to make everybody else jump through a whole lot of hoops because they're scared for themselves. They're like, I don't care. You're a little baby. You still need to get vaccinated, little child, because grandpa or great grandpa can be harmed, which in other circumstances, how we would normally do this is we would normally quarantine those who are at the highest risk so they're safe, instead of quarantining everybody to protect a handful. I don't know. It's just really weird. That's all I'm saying.
Also, Marcus, like what? How's that herd immunity going? Because that's what I heard about.
They don't even talk about herd immunity anymore.
Year.
They do not even. They don't even talk about herd immunity anymore.
They don't even feel it anymore. They were talking about it big before. I wonder what happened. It just stopped.
We don't get immunity from these vaccines, but they're safe and they protect you, which is what vaccines are supposed to do allegedly now, and not supposed to prevent the illness from occurring in several people throughout this pandemic. but the pandemic just never ends, and the goalposts keep moving.
Well, according to some things which I've kind of heard down the grapevine, it does have a set date according to some theories.
Oh yes, I brought that up. The World Bank.
Yeah, we're not going to go into that in detail. We'll just say we're not going to go into that.
March 20th.
Well, I look at it like this. It's the same thing with Iraq. What happened with Iraq? Or not Iraq, but Afghanistan. A lot of the people got tired of us being in there, and they said, you know what, we need to get out of there. And so what happened? We got out of there, and I think that even the Biden administration, they're starting to realize that some of the mandate stuff is not popular. And so they're realizing, man, this is starting to crunch on my numbers. So am I going to keep going on with this, or am I going to make some kind of concessions to kind of, calm some shit down? Because especially with your boy Trump out there trying to be, pro vaccines.
We got to show that clip.
It's
he's literally like slapping his hardest supporters in the face with this talk. Like that interview he just did. What Marcus is alluding to is that Trump did an interview with Candace Owens, and he did a sit down with Bill O'Reilly. And in both those settings, he advocated for people to take the serum. Anytime, well, at least in the O'Reilly event, when the parts of the live crowd pushed back against it, he actually told them, like, he brushed them away, like, shut up, And for someone who took the position that he's taken in the past, and based on comments he made years ago, it was clear that he understood what was going on from the perspective of what happens when sometimes you take too much serum or you get a bad batch of serum and those side effects. He has spoken to that before. And the fact that now he is totally on the official narrative team now, it just goes to show they had shit on him too. And I don't mean feces. I mean they had dirt on him. Probably feces too, but you get it.
Well, according to Rachel Maddow, there was already golden showers involved. So I mean, why not?
I got a clip for you guys to show because it is from a few years ago when Trump spoke with Bill Gates about the serum, as you say. And he says he's very open-minded. So maybe something happened during that conversation that changed his mind. But he had expressed concerns to Bill Gates in this clip from MSNBC. And Bill Gates kind of assuaged his concerns and told him, you know what, you're getting the wrong information, basically, and tried
Bill
to say
Gates sure knows how to make rich people feel better. He's like their Mr. Rogers.
And keep in mind, they both were friendly with Jeffrey Epstein. So it's a big club, and we ain't in it.
Let's see, where is it at?
Yeah, they're great friends. I'm loading the clip now, just so you know.
Okay, I'll mute.
It's a true statement. He's spoken on that before. He's alluded to that being the case, and now he's just like total opposite. But you expect that from a used car salesman, right? It goes from you don't need it to like, it's the best thing ever. You need to get it. Marcus, you messing with the cameras. That wasn't me, right?
No, I did that. No.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And simultaneously, it's as he says this stuff, I'm noticing it's okay to mention his name in the media.
Yeah, when they agree with him, it's cool.
And Marcus, you're not on
Marcus, you're unmuted. You're unmuted.
Marcus, you're not on mute.
He's muted now.
You guys got hear my behind the screen chat.
But go ahead, Al.
Saki was talking about him in a nice way, also, and I have that clip later.
Oh yeah, you mean like Trump's
She's like, I
okay?
thank
Trump's
him
all
for
right.
his comments, and and then he was like, oh well, now that I got praised by Biden, I can't slam him on anything anymore. I'm not going to slam him on the vaccine.
Oh jeez, it's a big club and we ain't in it.
Yes, that's me, Chris, doing that.
You look broke.
Successful people in American business and beyond who've had to try and interact with him because he's a leader of the free world say about those encounters behind closed doors? All In has obtained some never-before-seen footage that gives you a good idea of what one of the wealthiest men in the world, Bill Gates, thinks of the president. Bill Gates took questions during a recent Gates Foundation meeting with staff, and he talked about meeting Donald Trump. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, so I never met Donald Trump before he was elected. There was a thing during the election where he and I were at the same place, and I avoided him. Anyway, then he got elected, and so I went to see him in December. He knew my daughter Jennifer because Trump has this horse show thing down in Florida. In fact, he went up and talked to Jen and was being super nice. And then, like 20 minutes later, he flew in a helicopter to the same place. So clearly he had been driven away, but he wanted to make a grand entrance in a helicopter. Anyway, so when I first talked to him, it was actually kind of scary how much he knew about my daughter's appearance. But Melinda didn't like that too well. Anyway, so I saw him at Trump Tower. I said, hey, science and innovation is a great thing. You should be a leader who drives innovation. And that conversation was about a broad set of things in energy, in health, in education. Pick things you want to do that are big. HIV vaccine, you could, accelerate that. Be associated with innovation. And then the second time I saw him was the March after that, so March 2017 in the White House. In both of those two meetings, he asked me if vaccines weren't a bad thing, because he was considering a commission to look into ill effects of vaccines. And somebody, his name was Robert Kennedy Jr., was advising him that vaccines were causing bad things. And I said, no, that's a dead end. That would be a bad thing. Don't do that. Both times he wanted to know if there was a difference between HIV and HPV. So I was able to explain that those are rarely confused with each other.
Oh, but wait, there's more, including how President Trump talks about himself next.
When I walked in, his first sentence kind of threw me off. He said, Trump hears that you don't like what Trump is doing. And I thought, wow, that you're Trump.
Hey there, I'm Chris Hayes from MSNBC. Thanks for watching MSNBC.
Yeah, interesting clip.
That's
He took his little dig at Trump, right? Like, oh yeah, he explained to me how my daughter.
We took a couple of digs at Trump.
Yeah, he did, and it's like, okay, fine. I don't care about it. It's not a matter of trying to defend Trump or anything like that. But dude's hanging out with Epstein just the same. So you're complaining about him noticing your daughter sounds like you're full of shit, especially when you was begging somebody for money after knowing what they were involved with. So their hypocrisy, they're not decent people.
Yeah, don't read this one, but no, carry on.
I put a clip in the private chat of his tune that he was humming for Gavi in June 2020. He did a little advertisement boasting his Operation Warp Speed plan with the vaccine development. It's
Yeah,
very
it's funny.
short.
Yeah, it's funny that the Gavi reference, because Trump, he played his people really well, right? What he do? Stop funding to the CDC or the World Health Organization, one of the two, and some of that money was then funneled towards Gavi, I believe, if I'm getting the story correct. It was last year or 2 years ago, so but all I know is that Gavi was still a recipient of funds and still being featured. So with
Correct.
that being said, like he's always been on that side, despite his public comments and his appearances and some of the things he might say. Deep down, he's rolling with the program.
You got rid of us, but okay. There we are.
Go ahead, say something. Let's see. I'm trying something new. So go ahead, talk. Go ahead, El.
Yeah, in that clip, he was talking about his friend Boris Johnson. We know how that worked out with his lockdowns and the UK, and everybody loves him so much right now.
Never mind. But yeah, let's. What else? I guess since we're talking about this, let's go on to thoughts about the Omicron. According to stats, what is this?
You mean Omarion? Because that's what they've been saying on the internet. They've been like, "Yo, you got that Omarion." Oh, that's perfect.
How many people even know who Omarion even is?
That hurts my feelings if they don't know who my boy Omarion is. Maybe they need to go watch You Got Served.
I mean, it's just, look, it's difficult to ignore it because they're talking out of their assholes and their mouths, and they're doing sign language all at the same time. It's, line up, get more serum. The Omarion is stronger than the serum, but get more serum. So it's the messaging is all off. That's why even at this point, it just, even for me, I'm just like, all right, I'm gonna have to tap out of this because it's just too much. And the insult to intelligence really makes you want to slap people in the face. I ain't gonna lie. So it's just best that we don't go around slapping people in this current climate, because you'll catch charges and go to prison for it. If convicted, or at least jail. But hell, I got your clip. Play.
Yeah, what is this clip? What's going on?
What is this one, El?
This is the one with Donald Trump shilling for a Gavi and promoting his Operation Warp Speed agenda with the vaccine rollout.
We remember this, though.
Boris Johnson, somebody with tremendous respect for you and everything you do. He called, he said, "Do you think you could do something maybe around the Oval Office or right by the Oval Office?" I said, "Why not? It happens to be right behind me." As the coronavirus has shown, there are no borders. It doesn't discriminate. It's mean, it's nasty, but we're going to all take care of it together. It's great to be partnering with you. We will work hard. We will work strong. Send my regards to Boris, and good luck. Let's get the answer.
All right, so let's go.
This guy really will say anything.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Right.
I mean,
well, he's paid enough to do it, so
I don't think anybody
People
forgot
should not
that
be
he said
surprised.
that. That's what I'm saying. I don't think anybody forgot that he said that. I mean, and plus, even if they did forget that he said it, once he starts running for president, we're going to hear this a gazillion times.
I'm literally talking about his people, his supporters, who just conveniently forgot that he was behind Operation Warp Speed, which they're complaining about now.
His supporters ain't watching our show.
I've protested with these idiots and these people. Sorry, I've been in a protest with people, acting like Trump is the savior, and it's like, no, you're. And I would be like, fuck Operation Warp Speed in the middle of there, because don't forget his connections. And why are we pretending like this billionaire ever gave a shit about the public and anyone in it? Come on, like, get your shit together, people. The Q people really, like, why are you around? Like, why do people still believe Q? It's insane.
You know what? That's because they're all still plugged into the Matrix.
Exactly. Speaking of
which great plug for what we'll talk about a little bit later.
I love this segue.
We're gonna do the Matrix,
guys.
guys.
That one, right? I'm gonna pat myself for that one.
Mm-hmm.
That took a lot of brain power. I probably won't have anything as sharp again for the rest of the show.
I want to bring up. I want to bring up and put a question to everybody. One of our friends of the show, Frederick, asked in our group chat. Because he's concerned about possible lockdowns coming again. I guess I'll go first. I believe that I just don't see us going back into lockdowns unless maybe like New York City, maybe DC area, Washington, or DC. I'm talking about Washington, but maybe LA, but most of the rest of the country, they are not going to tolerate lockdowns again. I know I was talking to my good buddy, for those who know him on here, is Fuzz the Fair. He's like, in his area down in Little Havana, he's driving through like miles and miles of his shut down businesses. And I do not see a lot of these other states having the appetite for that again. California, yeah, you could shut it down. There's a gazillion other businesses always to go to. You can always go to something else, even if you shut down a whole bunch. And then there's always millionaires and billionaires waiting to buy up that new property and move something else in. So I could see them doing it in places like this, but I cannot see economically the other states doing it unless it is like, I honestly think like literally bodies will have to start dropping before you start seeing another lockdown. What are your thoughts? I guess we'll start off with E over there in Atlanta. What do you think?
He's not going to do that. If we're talking about Kemp or whatever, he's not going to do that. In fact, he probably will run simply because of the fact that he got businesses to start running again. He got people to start. And he said he got people to start going back to work. I don't see that going badly for him. I don't see that. And it's not even that about the lockdowns. It's that the lockdowns and it's the lockdowns in the lower class didn't get any. If they had been getting like monthly checks and like if they've been getting like monthly checks and universal health care, I think it probably would have been fine. Like, I don't think anybody would have risen up and screamed out justice or anything like that. But you got people worried about bills coming. They got people worried about tax season coming and they're not getting anything from that. You got people worried about their bills being monitored. No, I agree with Marcus. They just won't tolerate another lockdown. It's not that they won't tolerate another lockdown. It's that they won't tolerate another lockdown with nothing. If they got something, I'm certain people would tolerate it a lot better. But they got nothing. And now, the same, the crumbs that they did give, they're calling it advances. And they're coming for it. So that's honestly my take on it. It's just, I think Democrats want to lose. They want to lose really bad. Let them keep pushing that's why they keep pushing it, because they want to lose. I
honestly think that they're so just, I honestly believe they don't think that they will lose with this strategy. I really think that they're just that disconnected. I don't know. What do you think?
Maybe.
No, there's no more lockdowns coming. Not to the
I
extent
don't think
we saw.
right, like where it all shut down and people were getting like crumbs. Nah. If they turn around and lock everything down and said, oh hey, you get health care, or oh hey, you get like you're gonna get like a monthly paycheck if you stay at home. They're not gonna say that. Even the narrative even screams out, it's a pandemic of the unvaccinated, because there's like 57 million people supposedly vaccinated out of 300 million. It won't work. It won't work. It can't work. The numbers just aren't
Correct.
there.
It's not there. And again, the business community is making this decision. It's not even on the government. So has nothing to do about your safety. It has all to do about with their productivity and their ability
Well, it's never about
to
that,
move.
allegedly.
Correct. But it's about their ability to move their product as usual. They've already told the government, like, more or less, no more lockdowns. Test everybody, make them get the vaccine. We don't care. But lockdowns, nah. Mm-mm.
Ain't
You may
not
have
happening.
them, and
Nope.
it won't happen to the extent it did last year. You may see some small pockets of it, but for the most part, it's not going to be anything like it was last year.
If they did that, it would be an admission of failure, and they're not going to do that. That's why they keep mentioning it when they do the press briefings. They're like, no, we're not going to do a lockdown. We're going to do everything we can not to lock everything down. And we're going to tell everybody to get boosters, get boosters, get boosters. It's boosters.
Get tested.
Why do you feel that would be a mission of failure, El?
That's how they feel. I'm just seeing the body language.
Okay. I look at it as because
Biden.
this is what they do. They say, okay, we basically stopped the alpha and we fought off the alpha and we've succeeded on that. And the delta is pretty much going crazy, but this is something different. So I don't see them, if they went into a lockdown, I don't see them connecting it the same, so they would.
But I also don't think they would do it federally, because they didn't last time. That was all up to the states, so they're going to leave that up to the states.
Yeah, but it was kind of pushed from federal.
It was pushed from them, but now they've beaten everything, and everybody's getting vaccinated, and it's all going to be sunshine and rainbows. We just have to get through Omicron.
They still claim that
how they look at it.
According to the
we're not in the same place as March 2020 is what he said in his little speech. Did you see his speech? Because it was insane. He coughed over and over again throughout.
Oh yeah, I saw it. I mean,
while telling us to wear a mask again.
I think
he said he had it and he was asymptomatic.
They said that.
No, he said he got tested and it was negative, so he didn't have to do any quarantining or whatever. Oh. But he sounded pretty sick to me. Okay. Probably had a cold.
Yeah, they said over what 40 million or so were still unvaccinated, and so they're like, we need to get all of them, to that point. And so, and then I've heard other people use like hearing Graham Elweird, as somebody likes to call him. I've heard him use, try to say that the numbers are not nearly as high and try to claim that, we still have, like 40% that's not vaccinated. And I'm like, I don't know if that's quite correct, but I don't know.
Well, I have an article about that sort of thing.
I thought, Marcus, I'll give you one thing. I thought they were disconnected for a little bit with, let's give it an example. I thought they were disconnected with student debt, right? Yeah. I thought, okay, they're just going to push it. I thought they were just going to push it into February and just pretty much charge everybody. Everybody was getting the emails. Everybody was getting the little auto debit things. Y'all were getting the constant phone calls, like, hey, right? And all of a sudden, they need to extend it.
I mean, what do you think? What do you think about this?
Well, that was for the midterms.
What do you think about this here? A Abolish politician says, I have a feeling they're going to only lock down the unvaccinated.
They did that. They tried that in Austria, and then they ended up locking everyone down afterwards. So I don't think that would really be. I think that was a pilot move, and they're probably not going to do that again in another nation. But I don't know. I don't think they would try something that didn't work, though.
But I don't think that they necessarily have to follow every single movement. I mean, they could easily just.
But they do, because they have a plan.
Well, not always. Not
set
always.
out.
Not always. I mean, they could
Different
decide to
moves
just.
that they have, like a
They could
playbook.
just decide. Well, because you got to remember also, we're talking about a nation of what? How many people in Australia? Well, Australia is not
Austria.
a very
Austria.
Oh, even
Yes.
worse. Austria is what, like maybe 12 million people at most, something like 20 million people.
That's why they
something like
tried it there.
Yeah, you could try locking down the unvaccinated, but to jump to locking down everybody after that, that's not attainable. They could get away with possibly just locking down unvaccinated.
Well, that's why they were trying to see if they could get away with it, and then it turned out, yeah, you can't. And now they're rethinking a lot of the restrictions. So
yeah, but you got to remember, Austria is not America. Austria, you're dealing with different countries.
yes,
so
but they do things in different countries, and they implement certain things to see if it'll go in other countries, which is what we've seen throughout the pandemic as well, with all of the lockdowns.
That's true, but you have to remember, Austria, they have an ability for everybody to be able to protest in different ways and go into strikes and do all kind of other things, which America does not have the ability to use strikes in the same manner as all these other nations do. So, and there's not an organization. There's just so many different factors going into play, which make it a much different scenario. So if they just and if you look at the Biden administration and most of the left, they've been pushing for kind of almost a hateful mentality towards those who are unvaccinated. So
we're terrorists.
I could see that being something that they can push.
Let me look. I was listening in the background. Sorry, guys, to jump in. Right, but when we talk about how they're going to quarantine or lock down the unvaxxed, it's even people who have 2 and 3 shots pretty soon will be considered unvaccinated. So again, it's going to come for a lot more people than they freaking realize. But
and they need to figure it out.
Because, that's not going to be my problem.
There was a question earlier from Kelly, though. How did the things turn out in the Event 201 scenario? I just wanted to answer her real quick.
No. Let's not go into that. Don't do that.
It was
don't do that. Don't do that. Leave it alone. Because
it's
then
on YouTube.
I know that, but
I know
it's on YouTube, disconnected from talking about the actual. That's why it makes it different. You can't do that. Can't do that.
I just wanted to say the fatality rate.
No, hell no. What the hell are you trying to get a shut down?
It was lower than Clade X.
They all
look up Clade X.
Why you poke that bear?
We have one strike left.
Right.
I'm not being specific.
Also,
it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Don't poke the bear. Good Lord.
YouTube doesn't even know what that is. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we don't have to go all the way up to the damn line to try to get.
I'm just answering a question.
Yeah, you answer it in the chat. Don't say it out loud. Answer that in the chat.
That's what they want us not to do.
It doesn't matter about what they want us to do or not to do. We're not a major
I'm not controlled by anyone. Sorry.
But we're not a major effect any damn way. It's not like anything we're saying on here is going to change the whole factor of the world. So even if you say it on here.
Neither is my mentioning Clade X, but okay.
Okay.
Anyway, I have that article in there from Bloomberg.
Well, I mean,
about the vaccine uptake.
We're good. We've already done enough of our YouTube. I mean, we've already done
it was millions different.
Okay, we've already done way more than I wanted to do on talking about COVID. So let's just move on to our next subject.
Someone else brought it up.
Yeah, but we don't.
I'm a researcher.
But yes, we don't. You can leave some stuff on the table sometimes. Goodness. Boy. Yes, it is a lockdown on free speech. That has been going on, Kelly, for a while on YouTube. YouTube is that's the reason why we get videos yanked down and all this stuff like that. So no, we do not have free speech on YouTube. That is a given. We do not have it. We cannot say what we
Does not
want to say
exist.
as much as I'd like to, but we can't say what we want to say. Yeah, she can put it in the chat for you. We just can't say it out loud. We literally only have one more strike before our channel gets yanked down off of YouTube. If you guys want us to get yanked down off of YouTube, off of, and I say it like this, it's about strategy and being strategic. If there's a lot more things that are coming out that I feel that we need to try to talk to people about, does it make a lot of sense to basically die on this hill right now and then not be able to bring out all the other stuff that's going to be coming? Or is it more important that we get that one last jab out there, get taken down, and then not be able to talk about all the other shit that's going to come? I mean, come on, we got to think, we got to be smarter than that.
Perfect example is this right here with this "Let's Go Brandon" thing, right?
Yeah, go on ahead and bring up that. Go ahead and bring the list.
Right, I want to. Yeah, we need to talk about that because that leads into the problem Marcus is talking about. Yeah. They're coming after people saying that phrase.
Yes. And the funny thing, the headline was that someone like uttered foul profanities to the president. So I was actually thinking that somebody cursed his ass out and gave him the business. And you know, whenever I saw the video, they made him say, "Let's go, Brandon." So he's out of touch. The staff is out of touch. It may have looked like maybe the wife understood a little bit.
Oh, she understood. That's what I'm saying. Pull that video.
Oh, she got it.
You saw that look on her face.
Oh, she got it.
She knew exactly what that meant.
I got the other video of the guy calling too, so we can watch that one after.
I think they interviewed the dude that did it.
Or he put up a video or something, I think.
Yeah, I got that video.
And abolish politicians. Yes, I know they are going to eventually, but I look at it like this, and I'm just speaking for me, because different people on our panel might think differently. The stuff that's going on as far as COVID is a part. It is like a hand of this whole thing that is about to come into play. I feel like we need to be able to try to fight the whole entire Megatron. I'm not trying to go down. It's kind of like saying, you know what? I'm going to use up all my weapons on the lowest boss. And so then when the bigger bosses come out after this, not even going to worry about them because you're going to get slaughtered after that. I want us to be able to, even if it's held back to a degree, be able to get some message out there warning of some of this stuff to you all. But we can't do it if we go for broke on a topic that's, I feel is, where I feel we've gotten out the points. We everybody understands we don't have to go all the way in detail. But what were you saying? Who was speaking? Who would I interrupt? I don't know. Oh yeah, that's what it was.
Embarrassing. It's embarrassing watching Joe Biden. I mean, which I don't catch him frequently. I don't watch any of his press conferences. I don't really pay attention. Thank God there's other people like Al around who will, take that bullet for us and listen to them and watch.
Right, I don't watch them. I don't really watch them either.
It's awful.
I can't.
I'm amazed.
Again, it's too mind-numbing.
Oh my gosh, what was more awful was the dancing. Oh my gosh, the dancing and singing nurses thing was so.
Yeah, we're not watching that. No.
Yeah, I know. No.
We're not showing it, but we're just saying that was awful.
Past that.
That was just pure.
Right.
I put it this way.
We're gonna watch it again.
I put it this way.
Pure
Even if
it came out immediately after the "Let's Go Brandon" thing, right?
Even if it wasn't complete propaganda, no. It's horrible. It's not entertaining. No, not watching that crap.
I don't believe that Jill was having a good time either. I'll say that.
Oh no, she was not having a good time.
She looked so stiff.
Narrative propaganda. If you notice the nurses, then you feel bad about the nurses in the hospital, which means
Ugh. Those are the ones who didn't
you're
get fired.
thinking about the virus. I get it. All right. It's the.
Oh, do you let's see, you got the clip,
I gave the
Chris?
clip of the guy.
Well, no, I want the clip of Biden. That's the one I want.
I have that. If you need that, just tell me.
Yeah,
I'll hook you up.
Yeah. Hook
It's
it up.
from AP.
Put that one in there, yes. Because
Let's see
I want-
that
I
one,
want-
and then we'll follow it up.
yeah, okay. Because I want people to see what we're talking about.
Because it's
When we
funny
talk
with the
about
kids there.
when we talk about Joe Biden's expression, and I say, Chris, in fact, put it in was it 75% speed? Yeah, don't
We've
put
all
it in
seen it.
don't put it in normal
Al,
speed. Put it in
Al, is that the
75%.
video?
The second one, yeah, the
Is that
last
the
one
one?
is the original.
Yeah, and then we can go back to him afterwards. But I want them to see the original.
That guy
first.
is a Chad. We love him.
I don't wanna play no games. Give me my last.
My first workout on Tonal was a lot tougher than I was expecting. The fact that you could
Oh, God.
I hear it, but I don't see it.
Yeah, I'm about to. Got to share the screen, right?
Oh,
No, I'm saying I didn't yet.
yeah. Oh, you didn't yet. So you got to teach me how to do this stuff.
Yeah, I got you, bro. Next time. All right, there we go. We on and pop in 3, 2.
Yeah. Put that in the. Do you know how to do in 75 speed? Because I want to slow that down.
No, how do I do that? I never mess with the speeds. It's in the settings.
Yeah, it's a couple of hit settings,
Oh,
and you
okay.
should be able to go across. Because I do it when I'm doing editing on videos.
Got it.
There you
75.
go.
How about Penelope?
Well, Penelope, she's only 2, so I think she'd be happy
Aw.
with just about it.
Oh, that's great.
Well, that's great.
Yeah. Oh, that's wonderful that you have a 2-year-old.
Well,
Well, have a Merry Christmas. Have a wonderful Christmas.
and by the way, you guys have to be in bed by 9 o'clock, and asleep between 9 and 12, or he doesn't show up.
This isn't to you, Jared. This is to the kids.
That's right.
Well, I hope you have a wonderful
Hey,
Christmas.
well, yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful Christmas as well.
Oh,
Merry
thank you.
Christmas, and let's go, Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon. I agree. Hey, by the way, where are you in Oregon?
Legendary.
Did you guys see how
her face.
fast that smile went away? That's what I'm saying.
Right, she's
Even
gone.
in slow motion,
She knew.
even in slow
It was,
motion,
she
that
knew. She
smile
knew exactly
was
what
gone
that meant.
quick.
She was
He
gone.
got him to say it. I can't.
Gone.
The best present ever. Other than them actually
Gone. It
getting
was
locked up.
gone. Wait. Probably pull an ALC on him and came by their house. The police came by their house to ask him a couple of questions on Christmas. I could see that. Just a casual stroll through, see how you doing.
He's like, peace. I'm glad he put his part of it online because he was surprised as anyone that the president was even answering. So he acted quickly.
You know what?
Yep.
Ruby, don't be sad that they're using him as a puppet. This is what he wanted to be.
He's a war criminal.
He was always
ran
like
for-
that. He just kind of declined doing it. So
Well, and I say it this way: even if he hadn't already lost his mind,
ironic.
he would do this
He
voluntarily.
was already doing it. Mhm.
It's kind of
He was
like one
already
of those
doing it
things where
voluntarily.
it's kind of like one of those things where somebody's like, you know what? My dying wish is for you guys to keep doing corrupt shit that's him. He's one of those people where he'd be like, yeah, go on ahead, sacrifice me. I'm willing to do it. And you got to remember, even people who are dealing with those different conditions, and we don't know what exact condition he's going through, they have lucid moments. My grandmother, who was 94 or 95, one of those, she has dementia. Or no, sorry, it's Alzheimer's. My grandfather had dementia, but they have their moments where they're lucid, where they completely understand what the heck is going on. So even if he might be out of it there, at some point in this almost 2 years now, he's snapped out and known what the hell was going on and was willing to keep riding with it. So that's one thing we have to keep in mind. This dude is not just some victim here. But yeah, you can go ahead and bring the other one up, Chris.
I'm bringing it up now.
All right.
Go to LGB. Yeah. Guy.
And Son says, did I just agree with Resident Joe asking for President Manchin? Yeah, I mean, and that reminds me back to that whole, did we do that last week or not? Talking about Kamala.
Yeah, I think we spoke a little bit about her Highness.
Oh, we did think so. Make sure to switch the speed back. Yeah, it will stay in that. Yeah, if you don't change it, it'll stay in that speed.
Oh, okay. It's fine.
Hunter, Piper, and Penelope. Is that correct?
That is correct. Hello.
Okay. That is correct. Hello. Hi.
Merry Christmas.
Hi.
How are you? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Who's this?
This is Jared.
Hi, Jared.
Hi.
Assume you're dad?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Dad.
Dad, what do you want for Christmas?
So maybe a quiet night.
Lots of luck, Dad. Well, Dad, we have a hunter too.
Yeah.
We have a son named Hunter and a grandson named Hunter.
Oh, I didn't know you had a grandson named Hunter. That's cool.
You had a grandson named Hunter. That's cool. Yeah.
Oh, yes, you.
You tell me we don't. We have a grandson. I promise you. We have a grandson named Hunter. He's 16 years old. Hey, that's both.
Oh, my gosh.
Anyway. Well, how old is Griffin?
Griffin, you want to say?
I'm 11.
Griffin, you want to say? 11, what'd you ask for Christmas? What do you want Santa to bring you?
A piano.
Piano.
A piano. Holy mackerel.
I know he's gonna have to cut some trees down for that.
We had trouble hearing you, Dad.
I was gonna say you have to cut some trees down to get a grand piano built for him.
Piano. Well, I think so. Well, and what's Hunter want as his big gift?
Switch.
A Nintendo Switch.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Great.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
How about Piper?
Well, Piper actually left the room before you guys picked up, but she wants a Barbie airplane is what she asked for.
Barbie. I still have my Barbie, and Santa. I think Santa brought my Barbie.
Oh,
My Barbie was the first Barbie. She's now grandmother.
For your granddaughter. Send for your granddaughter.
How about Penelope?
Well, Penelope, she's only 2, so I think she'd be happy with just about anything.
Oh, that's great.
That's great.
Yeah, that's wonderful that you have a 2-year-old. Well, have a Merry Christmas. Have a wonderful Christmas.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
I'd have to be in bed by 9 o'clock.
By 9 o'clock.
And asleep between 9 and 12, or he doesn't show up.
That's right.
With the kids.
Hey, well,
I hope you have a wonderful.
yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful Christmas as well. Merry Christmas, and let's go, Brandon. Bye-bye.
Yo, they messing with these people with that "Let's Go Brandon" shit. It's funny, and you know.
Did you hear that whole conversation prior to that though? I mean,
Yeah.
Weird.
We should talk about the origin of Let's Go Brandon, which is not some shit right-wing people made up, but it's an NBC reporter, sports reporter, was at a sports event, and they kept saying "fuck Joe Biden" over and over again in a chant, while this dude named Brandon was doing a little victory speech to her. And if you guys haven't seen it, you should check it out. And she says, they're all so excited for you. They're saying, "Let's go, Brandon." And then some memes came out of that and a couple of songs that ended up on the iTunes charts. It was pretty amazing. And now it's this whole viral thing. Just a little background for you.
Yeah, you gotta remember, we got a smart audience. They know what's going on. They're hip to what's going on.
Well, just
we gotta give them gotta give them more credit than that.
I give them credit. Just
they know
a lot of the media is kind of viewing it as, you know, they made this shit up or something out of nowhere, and they're not even saying how it originated.
Look, they all have handlers. Look, they all have handlers, right? Every politician, every top, you know, media person, every entertainer, whatever. But for this group between Kamala and Joe, I've seen their handlers have to jump in and interject to save them more times in their first term than I've seen in a long, long time. I mean, it's babysitting time at the White House. You have to babysit Kamala. I see Ruby made a mention about the Charlemagne interview with Kamala. Yeah, thank you, Marcus.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with the Kamala Charlemagne shit. She had to pretend like they pretended like they didn't hear Charlemagne, you know. And Simone Sanders had to step in there and try to save Kamala. They do not allow Joe to appear without his wife, because she must be the only one that could get him to remember, like, hey, oh yeah, I'm the president and I have to deliver something. His wife not even his wife anymore. She's his caretaker / handler. I mean, you know, that tends to happen in relationships.
It's
so I'm
kind
not
of
knocking
like
that part.
It's kind of like
nasty.
Inception. It's kind of like Inception, Chris. You know, you had to have that little whatever your avatar was to be able to guide you back. His wife is his avatar to guide him back when he starts going off. And so over years of her tapping him on the thigh or whatever she does, he knows, oh shit, I fucked up. Let me shut my mouth. And so that's why they use her. I mean, in my opinion, I could be wrong.
Yeah. Speaking of avatars, since you gave me a good segue, my avatar tonight, since people were asking, and now everybody's in the chat, so I can say, is from Die Hard, which was a Christmas movie, and I think it was 1988. I think that's right. I've been watching a lot of reactions to that movie, and this poster is interesting to me because it's the building, the Nakatomi Plaza, where John McClane is
Nakatomi Tower.
Correct. You see where I'm going here. And it's being hit by a helicopter at the beginning of it, on the very top floor and the roof. And then you got a one-eyed Bruce Willis. I'm just saying what it is.
No,
with,
this one.
With a face on him.
Wow, Jack. Wow.
Yeah.
They always...
I don't think he'd be invited, to be honest.
No, he's been there.
He's been there. I was gonna say he's going. They don't invite him anymore. They be like, "Yo, keep him out of here."
Oh yeah.
They actually now that more people know about it, they actually have shut it down temporarily, and so now they've kind of kept it on the ride so people don't go out there anymore. They have a new place somewhere else. But
yes, that's canceled, and Bilderberg is canceled, and the other thing is kind of canceled at the moment because they put it on hold. Yeah, Davos is on hold.
It's on hold
because of COVID.
Oh wow.
And not because of death threats at all
Mm-hmm.
that are coming to Klaus Schwab. But there's a movie. I saw a trailer for it. I don't know what the fuck it means, but it's Das Forum or The Forum, and it's all about the World Economic Forum. And there was a trailer on YouTube that I saw on one of these accounts that got suspended and now is back online on Twitter. And it has Klaus Schwab talking to Donald Trump, talking to all these other people, and it's really interesting. I think I might have to check that out and bootleg it or something later. Anyway, watch Die Hard, I guess. I think Die Hard has a really good screenplay. I'll say that. I think they probably adapted. I don't know because I've never read the book, but I think they probably did a good adaptation of it. And it has a lot of, good threads in it. And it's not just a, shoot 'em up kind of like action flick. There's a lot more to it than what meets the eye. But this poster is suspicious as fuck. and
wait a minute, Ruby, you said bootlegged. Have you not seen Die Hard? Say it ain't
I think it's
so.
on Netflix, isn't it? I think so.
Die Hard literally, even though it's still open debate with a lot of people if it's considered a Christmas movie, it's literally my favorite Christmas movie. I tell you that much.
Argyle is the man.
And I still, I mean, to me, the show stands up as the storyline and the action and all that stands up today as much as any other, big budget action flicks out there. It actually stands up better than another major action flick, which we're going to talk about later on.
Yeah. And the acting is really, really good. And all the characters are really fun and wholesome.
Right.
And it has a
meaningful,
good wholesome message.
yeah.
It's all about family. It's all about connection and getting that magic back in the relationship that you have and realizing what's important to you and fighting with everything you have to save people. It's good.
But as Key and Peele would say, you talking about Bruce. You talking about Bruce Willis. You talking
I love
about
that
Bruce
smug. This was his biggest action role at that time. He had not done a lot of action before that. He had come off of Moonlighting. So there's a good episode of Movies That Made Us that's all about Die Hard, and it has what's his name?
Not only Moonlight, he did.
I think it's Yippee-Ki-Yay.
Yippee-Ki-Yay, motherfucker!
He did that one, and right before that, he did like Sneakers and a couple of other like kind of pseudo comedy action. But that was his like first like.
And then you had Carl Winslow. And don't forget we had Carl Winslow in there.
I can't remember his name for shit. But yeah.
Reginald Bell Johnson.
Reginald Bell Johnson.
Bell Johnson. Yes. I knew there was a hyphenate kind of thing. Not hyphenate, but like a compound name there. But he was in the episode of Movies That Made Us on Netflix. Shout out to Netflix, I guess, whatever. But, if you watch that, it has the making of Die Hard, and it shows all the shit that they went through to make it, and the casting and all of that stuff. It's a good episode because he's in it. Like, somebody from the cast is in it, and he's got a big role in giving that information. Unlike in RoboCop. The RoboCop one didn't even have Peter Weller in it, but they talked shit about him the whole time. And I don't like when they talk shit about the actors and they're not there to defend themselves and they're just saying what they did on set. And I'm like, well, I want to hear his side of the story because I don't think I should just believe every producer that was involved.
Okay, let's see. What else do we have? What else do we have? Oh yeah, we need to get into. I guess you can go into the updates on that real quick, and then we'll.
Yeah, real quick.
Yeah.
I don't have anything new, unfortunately, because the jury is deliberating in a couple of days. I think Monday or so. They are on a 4-day hiatus. And they had already started deliberating, but now they're going to go back to deliberating. They were not sequestered, which is interesting, and they were told to go home.
Must be so cool to get paid to deliberate about nothing.
Yeah. They don't get paid shit. I would never be a juror.
I've been
I
a
think
juror.
get paid
It was
daily or something like that. I
$15
think it's like
for a
it's
day
like
or some shit.
yeah, it's like maybe like what'd you say? Like $15? It's like nothing
For a day, yes.
I thought it was enough.
And
more
I
than
didn't
that.
even get chosen because get this, it was a mistrial because it was a rape trial. But the guy like confessed or something, and so we didn't even end up doing it. It was really boring. I think
They
this
give
is
you pennies
a while
for
ago.
jury duty. They give you pennies for jury duty, which is why most
They do.
people don't do it. But conversely, it is one of the most important things we can do actually as citizens. I think about a lot of my friends who have gotten caught up in drug cases primarily. Just imagine more of us were on the jury saying like, "Fuck whatever your instructions are. We find you not guilty. Fuck that." There'd be quite a lot more people who would take these matters to trial instead of pleading out and taking these ridiculous offers and all this probation time and then getting yourself screwed up double, because you accepted that deal. So,
Mhm. And
sidebar,
they
sorry
should.
guys. But
There should be a paid jury leave for work, in my opinion. Not just my opinion, I'm sure, but like you should get paid leave from work for doing jury duty, because somebody should get paid.
Sadly, I always thought jury duty was gonna be like that Pauly Shore film. Like they pick
hung
me,
jury.
get all this cool shit, right?
No,
Nothing like
it's sitting
that.
in a room. Sitting in a room with a bunch of other people, waiting to be
Who don't
put
want
in
to be
court
there.
and
Don't
selected.
right. You don't want to be there.
It's just like any other fucking building at first, and then you end up in a courtroom, which is nothing like what you see on TV most of the time. I do appreciate when they have a good-looking courtroom in a scene in a movie, and it looks like an actual courtroom. I do appreciate that. It's really nice. But other than that, like it's just weird. It was a weird experience because like I was like, okay, I went through all this selection shit. I got this mail and stuff, and told the instructions of where to go and what to do. And then I get there and the next day and they're like, mistrial. And I'm like, fuck. Why did I waste all that time then? That was a lot of hours of just waiting around too. I could have been doing extra work at the time and being paid. But I enjoyed it so much, and I'm so glad to have done my civic duty. Wherever the fuck that was.
yeah, they
I think
wouldn't.
it was LA. I can't
And
remember.
and again, they know it's effective, right? It's one of the few cracks in their system for a way for the people to actually affect some change, even on a small level, right? Even if it just means that you're able to help your homeboy or homegirl or somebody stay out of prison, it is effective, which is why they very carefully go through that process and they remove who they think will be problematic, and they find the ones who are just moving through society, not paying attention to much, or are already on their side, so to speak, if it's a prosecution or defense, whomever we're talking about. But yeah, if you have a chance to do it, depending on what it is, if you have the time and you have the finances to do it, then yeah. But we also have to consider the fact, like everything else, it's probably wholly by design that they pay you so little, right?
It is.
Because it's like, oh, look, they have this case. I'm really interested. I want to participate. But yeah, I got bills to pay, and you're talking about doing this for 8 or 9 business days. Can I afford to be out of work? Is my job going to work with me? Is my job going to take care of me? Are they going to, probably not. So most people would try to find a way to get out of there and say something crazy like, ain't something crazy. But if they were to pay people more, I'm not talking about like enough to go buy yourself a car, but if you were just even to pay me what I was getting paid at my job,
a living wage
right?
would be great.
Yeah, then I could sit here and pay attention and make that determination. But that's why they offer you pleas the moment you do something. Like, damn, we ain't even go to court yet. You offered me a plea, god damn it.
They don't want to go to court most of the time. Nobody really wants to go to court.
All right.
Certainly not big corporations.
We're talking Ghislaine Maxwell, right?
Yeah, we went to jury duty because the jury is out and they're coming back in a couple of days. to finish up the deliberations. But we saw, as I said, basically everything that happened was weak sauce, was not the whole story. They took out the blackmail entirely in the closing. But they did such a great job and they stuck the landing. Yeah, okay. But like they didn't mention any of the other parts of the case that were interesting and something that could get other people in trouble. They were purposefully leaving out certain names like Leslie Wexner, who never ever popped up in the questionings of anyone in the witness box. But what happened is another thing that they didn't mention is the UN's role in that. And you guys can do your own research, as they say, or whatever, but look up the name Amir Dasal, because he was on the board of Terramar Project, which was the 501c charity nonprofit oceans initiative, whatever giving people what was the thing that she was saying, like making people citizens of the ocean? It was some stupid shit like that for Ghislaine Maxwell, and her sister Christine Maxwell was also on the board alongside him. And for some reason, Stephen Haft, who is a producer of all things Dead Poets Society, if you guys remember that movie, he produced that. And so, for some reason, I guess he knew Ghislaine and was on the board until it went defunct. I think 2017 or no, 2018 it would have to be, because that was the last tax filing. But I got that information on my account on Twitter if you guys want to check out more. But Amir Dasal is behind some kind of sustainable whatever the fuck thing on the UN at the UN, and he was a good friend of Ghislaine. And there's pictures of them together on gettyimages.com, and they worked together on the board. He was the vice president, I believe, and she was the president. So he had a pretty big, or no, he was the director. Was he the director or vice president? Somebody else was the vice president. I can't remember. And then, yeah, thanks, Jack. Another guy who's looking into this is Inner City Press, Matthew. I can't remember his last name, but shout out to him, who I can't remember the name of. But he's doing a great job with covering the trial, and he's also covering he's covering that trial, and he's also covering another trial. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's in the same area. And then there's the CIA Vault 7 trial with John Schultz, whatever his name is, some dude. And then Addy Ads on Twitter, he is covering the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. And this dude is also covering it, whose name I fucking forgot. But his laptop was stolen out of his Airbnb after he had taken video of Isabel, the sister of Ghislaine Maxwell, as she was videoing the press with her cell phone to get a rise out of them. And, to show that, oh, she's being harassed or whatever. And she's going to do it back to them. But then literally, just not even that long after that, maybe the next day, he loses his laptop out of his Airbnb. So they took the door off the hinges and everything. It was so weird. I can't remember his name. I wish I could remember his name. I don't think I responded to anything with him. But if I look up Addy Ads, I can find him. Hold on. Because he's got his own show too.
I'm sorry, Elle. I put a link in the chat to that. It was a BuzzFeed story from earlier this month, about 3 weeks ago today. The story looks at how the CIA was supposed to be investigating sex trafficking, human trafficking, trafficking of all sorts of humans, and their investigations failed because they too were participating and taking advantage of the victims of that. So when folks say, oh, how come it never comes up? It's all the elite. And there's a lot of people who are twisted and up just as the elite, like along that ladder up as you get there. So
His name is Kristen
unfortunately,
T. Harris, by the way. Sorry to
Kristen T.
interrupt.
Harris. No, you good.
Kristen
But
T. Harris is the journalist who lost his laptop.
oh
He's
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Rundown
I saw
Live. That's where he's at. Rundown Live. Sorry, I had to give that information.
No, you straight. But I just want people, that article is good to show you. It's going to be a lot of unnamed, unnamed people who are faceless, who are participating in this shit and harming kids and probably who are harming people, period. That's why it will never be taken. That's why it won't be cured, because there's a certain sickness that lives in somebody who would go undercover long enough to sit back and watch children be trafficked or harmed, just to be like, oh, we have to let this go so we can get the big fish. But it's like, yo, it's a damn child, or it's a woman. You know what I'm saying? Y'all taking advantage of her. And so it's just like the drugs. You know what I'm saying? They pretend to be going after the drugs. They're the ones who bring it.
But they're going.
They pretend to be protecting the kids. They're the ones who trafficking them.
Also, the UN have their own sexual abuse scandals going on.
Yeah, Marcus, what the hell is that?
I like it.
The little scroll down there. Is that new?
So,
that's new, right?
This is reminding me.
Yeah.
This is giving me flashbacks to TYT, though. I do not enjoy that flashback, but I do enjoy the addition. But I watched the TYT video, so it reminds me of that.
Well, I decided that I wanted to make sure that, people who come in here, sometimes you don't always remember to, click like. So,
I like it.
Put that out there. I'm gonna start doing these little.
I don't
tickers.
dislike it. They just kind of surprised me because it was just something I hadn't seen.
That's what I was doing.
So I don't dislike it. I just
that Y should not be capitalized, though. I have a thing about that. Sorry, and there should be a period. I don't know. I'm just
really
nitpicking.
You are. Well, I'm trying to rush and get back to the show. I'm not a keyboardist or anything.
No,
like
I get
that.
it. It's not a join, but it's good.
Yeah, it's fine.
Anyway,
I think it looks fine.
It's straight. The reason why I always do that is because if you went to a store and they say thank you for joining us, or on bags and stuff, they do that so it gets more attention. It's not about it necessarily fitting into proper. Plus, I don't even care about the English language. Fuck the English language and fuck the proper grammar shit.
Suppressive.
So it's a colonizer's language in the first damn place. So I don't care about doing everything proper.
And you know what? People can make up words. Words have no meaning. Words have no value. We place value on words and give meaning to words. So there's my philosophical nugget of the day.
Yeah, I noticed something that Ruby said.
You're nicer about it than I would. You're nicer about it than I would have. I would have written, "Welcome to the Political Matrix. Please like. If you aren't subscribed, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Why are you here?
If you really like the show, please share. Explanation point. Thank you."
Well,
That's
just in case, I want to, I don't want to force
and send money to send money to our non-existent Patreon account.
Right.
Exactly. So you can spend,
where we'll give you exclusive content.
Please send in your invisible, fake, digital, $1,000 tokens to our fake bank accounts.
Yeah, we'll give you an NFT. We'll give you an NFT of this video. You'll be the first one with it.
Yes, you can own it yourself. Ruby said something pretty interesting in there. I can't find the chat. It was up quite a ways. So
what was the comment? What was the comment in relation to?
It was talking about Bruce Willis and reminding her of the metaverse, the surrogates. Real quick, because I guess I'll say real quick because I don't want to get behind. We still got a bunch of topics that we got to get to. Just real quickly, I did a video about that on my other channel. Oh shoot, we got our buddy in the house. Jack is joining us. Sweet.
What's going on, y'all?
Jack?
How's it
He
going?
went from the
What's up,
comments. He
Jack?
was like, "Yo, I gotta say something." Jack, what's up, man?
Yeah, I sent him the link earlier. I
Sitting
didn't
here
know if he was
thinking
gonna
shit.
hop on.
Oh man, like I'm thinking, I'm like, is Jill like his handler? And then Chris is like, she's just like his handler, and I'm like, I was like thinking that. And then you said it, dude. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah, I mean, what's
She's his
some of
handler
I thought it was
slash,
more of a.
she's his
His wife,
handler
Jill.
slash wife, like
Yeah.
what's her name? Like Sharon Stone to Arnold Schwarzenegger in Total Recall. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
She
That's
said that
extra
she
You
thinks
know,
she wants that.
I got Edith Wilson vibes from Jill watching that video. That's what I got. I'm like,
Oh, and I noticed
That-
SD hopped in here. Hey, SD, I didn't see you come in.
What's going on?
It's probably why I was taking my time putting in that banner.
Hey, Jack.
been here.
So, so the picture is Nakatomi Plaza. I was trying to figure that out the whole show. I thought it was Long Cat at first. Do you guys remember Long Cat?
No.
I was like,
No.
is that laser beam shooting at a long cat? And I was like, oh no, that's something else.
I
wrote that, I thought you meant a cat
remember
that
the
was
girl
long.
who. Yeah, I remember that girl who she got big on, I think, Tumblr by writing it backwards, and it was really weird. I can't remember anything else about her, but I remember that she wrote her name. She wrote Long Cat backwards or whatever, and she got really big on Tumblr. I remember that. It's crazy.
Oh my god, I remember
Remember
people changing their banners.
Actually, you know, in the chat, I'm wondering, does anybody remember when the Blue Maverick used to come on camera? Does anybody remember that?
Rude.
I miss seeing my boy's face on camera. I miss seeing his face. I got to give him a little crap. That's all.
Yeah, E, whenever you're ready, like your expressions, we need that. That's that's added fuel.
Because for those who are new to the show and not used to seeing it, E is funny as hell. You know how you have those silent comedians where they say so much without saying anything? A lot of times E might not even be saying anything, but the looks on his face are priceless.
Yeah.
But dude, that would give it away because we're all in that like hidden room and like we're sitting like back to back, but we can't show that we're all like in the same room talking. So that's why we have to do this, right? Sure.
Oh, of course. We can't let everybody know.
Gotta keep a little mystery in it. We gotta keep
a little mystery. There you go. There's a ceiling. All right, we got proof of ceiling.
You saw the hand.
Proof of life.
We got a hand in the ceiling. All right.
I was gonna say you got to stick a hand in the camera, like something.
Yeah,
we're gonna need a newspaper with today's date.
But in fact, that might just confirm some of those theories that some of those people have, because if you look at it, it kind of looks a little similar to see, she's just on the other side of Chris's room. We all know it.
That's how I would have
watched the replay. Watch the replay. Elle was right behind Chris just a minute ago, walking like real low, walking right behind him.
I should know Signs will remember. Sign has been with us for a long time. Like Signs has been following us like back to when I would get like maybe, I'm pretty sure Signs has been like in those videos where I've only had like 6 people watch. Signs has been like one of the 6.
I remember that. That was man. And we could barely get like 60 people to 60 comments or 50. I don't think we broke 60 comments, 50 comments in like 2 hours, and now we break past like 200 something comments.
If it was because like Signs and Kelly were having a back and forth conversation.
Exactly.
That's
awesome.
all
it was. Yeah.
That's all it was. So did you guys like? Damn, I hate to go from something so serious to just
something so silly to something serious, yeah.
To like Kim Potter and shit.
Yeah.
But they found her guilty, and there's
I
not a whole lot to say about it. I'm actually kind of surprised.
I kind of just wanted to hear everybody's thoughts on it, honestly. I mean, I know it's not a lot to say on it, But just honestly, everybody's thoughts on it. Since you open it up, Chris, we'll just go ahead and start off with you, and we'll just kind of go counterclockwise. We'll hit Jack next, E, L, and then I'll give my thoughts.
No, I'm just I'm glad it happened. It was quick. It should have happened, and this is how it probably should go most times. Other than that, anything else I could say I've said already. So I'll let the next person go.
What's your thoughts, Jack?
I'm not gonna lie. I need to look into it more.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Then
we'll wait.
Okay.
No, this was the
this is what I would do.
Handgun.
Yes, was Kim Potter was the 48-year-old Minnesota officer who grabbed her service rifle while she said that she mistakenly was trying to grab her. She's the one yelling "taser, taser, taser" when she shot him, and so
that one got me furious, man, because the difference. It just the way
that's why I wanted to hear you, Jack, because I know that you have experience with firearms also. And then let's keep in mind, this is a 26-year veteran of the police force. 26-year veteran, and I'm going to be as nuanced as possible. So I'm going to give all the benefits of the doubt in. So please don't beat me up for how I say this. But I'll give it over to me and Jack. We both have quite a bit of firearm experience, so I'll let Jack go into it. But I just wanted to set the table to know that this woman was a trainer, and she was in the process of training a junior officer at the time.
That's messed up, because that part of that training is where you keep your taser, what orientation, and then what's the difference, so that you don't make that mistake. If you've done any kind of weapon safety, the first thing you do in weapon safety is what are the things that can go wrong, and how do you not do that? And what is the appropriate way to treat things, and where you aim things. And if you've ever I don't know who's ever shot a taser, they're light. Yeah. They're very light.
The actual weight is point.
Never shot one. I've been shot by tasers.
It's 0.8. I think it's 0.89, 0.85 pounds. So it's literally less than a pound. It's not even a 1 pound.
I've accidentally tased myself. I mean, I think that's
her service.
I was cleaning one for I've accidentally. Yeah, I was accidentally tasing my leg.
So I'll add in all this information. The taser was on her left side. It is 0.85 pounds, so less than a pound. Her service handgun is about. She had a Glock 17, which fully loaded is roughly about 2.3, 2.5 pounds, so about 2.5 pounds. So you have something less than a pound, something at about 2.5 pounds.
You're talking
one's on the left side, one's on the right side.
And just for reference, your lightest laptops, like your MacBook Airs or these fancy MacBooks or whatever, those are around 3 pounds. So you're talking only a pound more for something that's as big as a laptop in difference in weight. And there's just no way in my eyes that, especially if this person was a trainer, that you could do that mistake.
This, Jack, something where you can compare more roughly in size. Your cell phone, on average, weighs more than that taser does.
Yeah. And it's night or day, because the second you go to unholster it, you would immediately feel that the weight was different right off the bat. I don't care if you got adrenaline rushing, the weight, because this is why. When you have a gun loaded, that the weight that it feels when it's loaded is a little bit different. If you've worn a gun for a little while, that because you've got a magazine in and one inside the chamber. Not usually. It depends on the situation. But again, because I'm trying to keep gun safety out of it too much.
Correct.
But the
in most cases, I'm sorry, Jack. I was just going to say, but in most cases, we're talking about law enforcement, right? There's not civilians, so law enforcement, they're going to be fully loaded.
Yeah, and that's got to be a higher standard is more so the case with me, because I remember seeing that video and that tore me up, because I knew she was you can't tell me that person's not lying. If you're a training instructor, that's even worse.
Here, Jack, well, I can answer this, but go ahead, Jack, answer this one for Kelly.
Sure. So I think sometimes they'll do them out of carbon composites, different kind of composites. They'll use different kinds of like fiberglass, like things like that, like super hardened plastics.
Yep.
They'll call them like ruggedized, but they're like a very thick plastic type. Some are kind of futuristic, but again, they're like plastic. They're not metal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the only thing that would have been kind of plastic, on that Glock 17, you do have what's called a trigger safety. This is another thing which is different. On the taser, there is no safety. Once you grab it, you can pull and nothing stops you. When you grab that Glock, it doesn't have the traditional safeties on most weapons where you can push the little
button near the trigger guard.
The little button off.
Yeah.
And you'll see the red dot come on. On a Glock, it doesn't have that. It has what you call a trigger safety. So that trigger safety, you have the trigger sitting there, and then you have a little notch that sticks out. And once you engage that, then you can engage the trigger. And so that's the difference in that between a lot of other handguns. But you should be able to feel the difference.
You know when you're going from the safe to unsafe position because you've done it. If you've done enough range practice, you've done that procedure every time. When you go to, you always keep your gun on safety, always, especially if it's unloaded. So that's like range safety alone. This person was a trainer. If they've done enough hours qualified and whatever they need for whatever level they're in, and Marcus, you would know more about this than I would. But just on people that I trained with, I knew that they had a certain amount of range hours that they'd have to use, meaning that they would know that feeling, especially on the Glock in particular, when you click it over, you know when you're when you have safety on, when you have safety off, like that whole thing is messed up.
And to put full disclaimer, when I did Armored Truck, I carried a Glock 17, the same exact weapon that she was carrying. So I have a lot of experience with that weapon, and I'm very familiar with the taser also. But I'll pass it on to you. What are some of your thoughts on this?
Okay. I thought we were just gonna see another Kyle Rittenhouse, if we're gonna be completely honest. I'm very cynical about the justice system in general. I have honestly very little faith in it at this point. I mean, to the point where it's literally almost non-existent. So yeah, that's honestly what I thought. I honestly thought she was gonna walk. She was probably going to get protect the blue ovation, stuff like that. Probably get her job back. I honestly thought all of that was going to happen. So, because I have very little faith in America and the justice system.
Yeah,
I do.
Well, another thing you have to factor in is which state she was in. She's in Minnesota, so. A lot of people, this is a fun fact. She was literally in the same courthouse, which, what was his name? Who put the knee on George Floyd?
Derek Chauvin.
Derek Chauvin.
Chauvin.
She literally got convicted in the same courtroom that Derek Chauvin was in. Yeah.
That's a kind of weird irony.
Yeah, and they don't make mistakes. And you know what? They don't make mistakes with that. You know, you don't confuse.
That's a message for some shit.
Correct. I mean, I'm gonna be vulgar, but it's like being with a woman and confusing your finger for your third leg. Like, come on, man, you don't do that. You know which is what and where it's supposed to go and what it does. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way you can do that. So,
otherwise, she wouldn't have been a trainer. I mean, that's
correct.
What you just hit on. She wouldn't have been qualified as a trainer if she hadn't been training people to avoid exactly what she just fucking did.
Absolutely.
Correct. So many times the shit happens so much, and it's I'm over it, so to speak. You know, I mean, it's important to pay attention to these things as they happen, just to remind yourself, oh shit, it's not all gravy out here. You know, but at the same time too, it's just like, God damn, how many times must it happen? You know. But unfortunately, no, that's the system. It is what it is. A lot of the time, it's probably a combination of like racial issues and just straight up fear, and the fact that you can actually do something and get away with the shit. Because some of these people are twisted in their head. It's not just like a race thing. Some of them just really want to use their guns. They want to get their shit off.
They're on a power trip.
Yeah, go ahead, El. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I felt like this was, even without seeing any of the trial, I didn't think I needed to, because it was easy to figure out from the very first time I heard the story and saw the video. I was like, nah, that's easy. Like, guilty, obviously, and she should plead guilty. So I was just like, I would plead guilty at that point. It's on camera, one, and then it's the evidence speaks for itself. As you guys were saying, there's a major difference between these two. What do you call them? Not a weapon, because I don't know if a taser
Thomas?
would be a weapon, but maybe a control device.
Hey, what's up,
whatever,
Thomas?
you know, to get people to fall in line.
Exactly,
and do what you want.
Thomas.
But yeah, as y'all were saying, like, you know, she trained people, and in the comments they were saying, like, everybody that she trained should be retrained because she was not the one at all. And what's with her fucking mugshot? I know, you know, you don't want to be like too down in the dumps or whatever, but like, damn, like.
Well, did you see the other
That
one?
was some Bill Gates shit. Have you
The
guys
other
seen
one,
Bill
the other one,
Gates
she's
mugshot?
smiling.
It's very similar.
The other one, she's smiling. It looks like, do you not?
She's gonna get, like-
Do you not understand the?
Like she was
gravity of
gonna
what
get
you
away
just
with
did?
it.
Why are you smiling like this? Well, no, I mean, if you listen to the tape, the whole thing, and like her body cam stuff, she knew she fucked up.
She did.
Yeah.
She
clear.
literally was like, "I'm going to jail." That was her exact words. She's like, I'm going to prison. She knew she was done. And it's kind of,
I want to know if that's common protocol for them to yell what they're using. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, if you
I
were
think
training,
she was covering her ass.
yeah, that's what
I
I'm
think
saying. Is like that's why it was suspect to me, is because she's yelling that she's using. Like, again, you could be shouting out to your partner. Like, I understand that part. You want to tell your partner you're not going to use a handgun. Everything about that felt awkward to me when I was watching that video.
Good comment there, abolish politicians. How many bankers have ever been to prison?
Right?
Not very many.
Exactly.
My thoughts on it is
Here.
the
I
reason
mean,
why
Bernie made off.
without
I don't think he's a
knowing
banker though. He's just a
Yeah, he wasn't a banker.
pyramid
He's just a
scheme guy.
grifter.
without knowing what was entirely in her head and thinking, it's either one of two issues. One, this is a woman who, and by the way, she had never fired her weapon in the line of duty. In 26 years, never fired a shot. I think a lot of this is somebody who they might have trained on some things, got into a position, been training on it, and not been qualified.
No.
Also, when adrenaline kicks in, it's easy to go to the range and train on these different things like that. But when you're in the actual heightened situation, it's easy to not notice that difference in the weight and the trigger guard and all. I mean, the trigger safety and a lot of things. But, and this is where my butt comes in. It still does not get you off the hook from making a mistake like that, because that's a mistake you shouldn't make. If you made that mistake, then you have not been doing enough training. When I used to do, when I did armored truck, and I did this when I was in the military also, I used to do quick draw drills. I would literally practice drawing my weapon as fast as I can. Now, of course, I didn't keep it loaded while I was doing that, but I did that active duty. And I did that while I was doing armored truck also. And even when I was a corrections guard. You want whenever you're using your firearm, you want to be able to grab it and it's almost second nature. And if you're not proficient to that level where it's second nature for you to be able to pull up and then decipher a situation, you should not be in that position. Now, this also goes back to a critique where a lot of these people who become police officers in the first place never should have been police officers. A good number of them, because a lot of them require a criminal justice degree or 4-year degree. You have a lot of people who are like shitty teachers, who lose their job as a teacher and then become a cop. You have people who lose their job in all these other fields and then they just go into law enforcement because it's easy and they get hired on quick. And if they have certain quotas, and please, ladies in the comments, don't beat me up for this, it can be easier to get in if you are a woman. Especially if you're, say, a woman of different, say they don't have black women or Latino women or whatever, it can be even easier for you to get in those positions because they have to fit these quota narratives. Yes, diversity, L. That said, a lot of these police officers, after they get said training, they don't continue and stay up on their training. And that's especially, you would think, oh, well, 26-year veteran, they're least likely to make that mistake. No, they're actually more likely to make that mistake because a lot of them are so overconfident. And they're so confident that they know if anything ever happens, they're going to be good. They don't take the steps to go in and double train and research and really take a lot of these things seriously. So yes, and it is just shit training all around, SD. A lot of them are piss poor trained, and I could sit there and go through all the police shootings that have happened over the last couple of years and show you how every single one of them could have been prevented. And that's what got me mostly involved in the Black Lives Matter marches before it got all convoluted and corrupted and everything, because I noticed it was a training issue that was going on. Because if you were doing different training, they would never even get into the situations to do some of the stuff they're doing. I know people on the right will use, well, he was breaking the law, and it could have been looked at that since he was trying to drive off, the other officer was in danger. All that said, at the level that it's kind of like me in the military. If I went through all of this training, more is expected of me that I don't make that mistake. A rookie officer, okay, you're going to get in trouble for it, and you're possibly going to still go to prison, but the hammer's not dropped on you as much so as somebody who is a 26-year veteran and a trainer. You're not supposed to make this mistake.
Exactly.
So I'm not surprised that she got in this trouble. I'm not surprised that she got convicted, because even other officers were like, yeah, you should have knew better. The only reason why I would say I was a little bit surprised she got convicted is because a lot of these prosecutors, believe it or not, they charge incorrectly. Them giving her first-degree manslaughter means that you have to have intentionally acted reckless. Like, they have to be able to prove that she intentionally wanted to pull out her gun and shoot him. And I don't feel that's as easily provable, but because of the heightened situation, that's why she got the conviction anyway. So second degree, I can get that. Third degree, I can get that. Still, nonetheless, it only holds a maximum of about 15-year sentence, which I do not see her getting that at all. I've seen other officers in that same situation end up walking out with roughly about 7 years. So
yeah, they'll get good behavior and all that shit, and their parole officers won't go hard on them.
And she boo-hoo cried, and oh shit, I guess my battery went dead. Hold on a sec. I guess
we can still hear you, Marcus.
Oh yeah, my mic, it went off. I couldn't hear you guys. Okay.
Okay.
Let me plug it into the charger. But I'm kind of just surprised that like everybody said, I'm kind of surprised it went the way it did, because the prosecutor and prosecutors do this shit all the time. They throw every charge that they can on somebody and then hope that they get some of it. But the first degree technically was improper charging. Now, I think my guess, she's probably going to get about maybe 7 years, 8 years, time served, good behavior. This woman is getting out in about 5 years maybe.
Yep.
Any thoughts or questions on all that I said?
I actually changed my mind because you mentioned something that was important. That's that the thing I said earlier about adrenaline. Like, and again, this is me being a little super critical, just because like I've done drills where you purposely try to get your adrenaline levels raised, then you go through the exercise. But that's a level of training that we can't expect everyone to go through. So when I was saying earlier about her knowing the adrenaline, you could mistake it. Yeah.
Most police officers never get that level of training. That's one thing I've learned. Police officers have shitty training.
I used to be like, when I could just go to the range and just figure out who was getting shitty training and just walk out and just try to help them. I used to do that all the time.
And I can speak for that because I've had the ability to be able to just stay at the range and just shoot all day long.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, because in the military, it's not like they're like counting your rounds and okay.
I was just gonna say, you don't have to pay for bullets, man.
Yeah, I'm not paying for bullets, so it's very different in my case. I could literally, I mean, I knew guys who would literally go out to the range, shoot every day for like 8 hours. All they would do is shoot all day long. And like SD says, that muscle memory really kicks in when you've done that much shooting. Also, if you've never been in a heightened situation, you're not going to know how to react, on something like that. And I think all of that's not factored in. So, not saying that I would get her off the hook on that, but I understand why it went the way it did.
Got you. Yeah.
Police officers are not trained either. So what? Get the hell out of the car. Let him drive off. You know exactly who he is. You know where he lives. He's fucking like 20. He's like 21. I think he's 23.
That was my first thought, is why not let the person drive off?
Let him drive off. Let him get home and get comfortable. You're going to catch him. It ain't like this dude is a fucking international fucking villain that's going to flee the country and escape. You will find this guy. But police officers, they have to get it right then and there.
That's the same thing I say about them shooting people in the back as they're running away. And then they turn around during the press conference and say, oh, I'm scared for my life, as somebody was running away from you, right? You most likely interacted. Yeah, you most likely interacted with this person, especially if it's like somebody like Tim Scott, like Buddy who ran off in South Carolina. Town is only but so big. You know where he's going to go. You have him on record. You didn't have to kill him. And then what's fucked up, they planted the evidence on him, but I don't want to go too far into that. You know what I'm saying? It's just all fucked up like the Matrix. It's just all crazy.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Any more thoughts on that before we move on to our next topic?
He said the Matrix. Were we segueing to that?
No, I kind of want to say the Matrix for last.
Well, could we say that we're going to do the Matrix? Because I was like hyping it up.
Yeah, you guys go ahead. I'll be right back.
Okay, I guess that's me. My podcast does a radio play every year. Pretty much. My podcast, as if I'm not the one doing everything. But you know what I mean.
Who did the radio play with you last year, Elle?
Well, I did that by myself because it was a reading of COVID-19, The Great Reset by Klaus Schwab and Thierry, I think is the pronunciation.
Wow, that's awesome.
Murray, whatever the hell his name is. And Mallory. Yeah, it really killed my voice, Jack. It was awful. But I guess
I'm sorry you had to read through all that.
Like 20 downloads per episode. Which is good for me. But like,
that's
also
awesome.
Good that it wasn't like a total waste, and I was able to promote it. When people brought up the Great Reset, I could be like, read this. Also check out my audio book of it, because I read the whole fucking thing. I read some of it as Klaus Schwab. So yeah, superawkwardfuncast.podbean.com
awesome
is the name of the website.
Awesome.
And we did I used to have friends on it back before the apocalypse and before the pre-apocalypse. And so we would do these plays. One of them that I really enjoyed was The Room, the original screenplay of The Room which is unbeatable. I mean, everybody was so fun in that, and I wish that we were still friends, but whatever. Especially one of them. But you know, it was a really cool one to do because we try to stay in character, and that's always fun. And then it's like cold reading a little bit. I love cold reading. I love just reading shit for the first time on the show. But I gave everybody the script and we read it. And we also did like August Osage County one year. We did the 12 Angry Men, bringing it back to courtroom cases. And then we did The Importance of Being Earnest. That was a special one. And we did... What else did we do? I don't even remember what else we did, but we did something else. Oh yeah, When Harry Met Sally. We did that one year. It doesn't have to be Christmassy. It's better if it's not, but we do it at Christmas usually. So it'd be by the end of the year. I don't know when we're going to do ours, but it's going to be The Matrix because we're the Political Matrix, and we're going to do a crossover. Basically, the Political Matrix meets Super Awkward Funcast kind of situation, so that'll be fun. Marcus is in. He said so. I'm keeping him at his word. And he's supposed to come to my house, and we're going to be live. And then it's going to be Chris on the phone and E on the phone, and we'll see how that goes. It'll be even more interesting that way because we'll be on different coasts and shit. And Jack, if you want to do it too, like if you want to do some voiceover shit, you're in too.
I once did voiceover.
Or whoever.
Yeah, I did. I played Klaus Schwab's Nazi father, Calling from Hell.
Nice.
That's one voice I've done. I can't do it on cue, but
you have a great voice. I love your voice. Very radio friendly.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Yeah, you could be one of. You could be the bad guy, the guy who betrays everyone. You could be him.
Yeah, I was trying to put in like Operation Paperclip and all kinds of like references into like my like Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum and tying in the Fourth like Reich and the Fourth Reset and like you know
the Fourth Reich Reset.
Yeah, exactly.
The Fourth Reich residue. Damn it, the Fourth Reich Industrial. I can't. Revolution. Yes.
Yes.
Fourth Reich Industrial Revolution. Damn, that took a while.
I don't know how I did the voice, but I don't want any of my German friends to listen to it because it was offensive.
I did a horrible Klaus Schwab myself. I gave up, but I gave up after the intro, which I thought he only wrote that part. I thought so. I was like, I think the rest is the other guy, and I'm just gonna read that one normal. Because I was just assuming he wrote the first part because it was very much his kind of language, or somebody wrote it for him. You know what I mean? Like
they're really about it eating those bugs.
Is in that part.
I don't know if you guys have been keeping up on that. They're looking at city harvesting facilities for like mealworms and what are they called? Maggots that they want to grow food out of. This is like the Incredible Burger type group.
Yummy.
They're like their
Impossible
research
Burger,
arm is
sadly, I have to fact check you. Which had a lot of seed money from Bill Gates, just so you guys know. Also Beyond Burger, which is why I'm talking about that.
You said food from maggots? Ugh.
Yeah, the reason they're talking about it is because it's being consumed in livestock.
They want you to eat bugs.
It's supposedly good.
They're literally not kidding about that.
You're
exactly, yeah.
I guess
you will eat bugs and you will be happy.
Talking about the power of protein.
And BlackRock and Vanguard will own everything, including you.
In the air.
We had two topics. Let's go ahead and do this topic real quick. The debt relief extension. Yeah. Go ahead and let us know about that, El.
Oh, yeah, it's been delayed. They're kicking the can down the road until May 2022, last I read. And Psaki was acting like it was, they're not acting like it's, it's a repayment plan. They're going to make you pay for this shit. And they have like a press release about it where he was like, at the end, he says, well, I do have a video of him if we want to see him again, stumble through something. But if you guys want to see it, to hear it from him, he somehow manages to get something at the end that has nothing to do with debt relief. but might in the future if conspiracy realists have gotten it correct, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I put in the Twitter there so you could see his POTUS's status from that little end of the speech. It was like 40-something seconds. But is Chris even around? Did he leave? Anyway.
Chris, come back.
I could quote it. Oh, okay. Was that it? I heard it.
I think Chris is.
Chris, did you get the link?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Sorry.
Are you straight?
I'm not, but thanks for asking. Just kidding. Not straight, not gay. Ha ha ha. No labels, bitch. Sorry, I don't know who that was for. That was just for me, I guess.
Look,
Hey, that was
as long as you're not
too.
coming on here, as long as you're not coming on here and telling me that I need to recognize you as a tree, like we are.
I'm just nothing. Just a human being, like everyone else. Nothing special.
Wow, I can't figure it out. Never mind. Oh, cancel. Never mind.
So, Marcus, I was thinking on the Chiron below, you could put some like 1984, like George Orwell, like, you know, slavery is freedom, ignorance, you know, like all the good quotes. What is it? Ignorance or knowledge is ignorance. War is peace.
Yeah, I'll make sure I have to. That's what I'll do. After this, I'll get a couple of them put up. You know, I'm not the greatest at typing and all that.
Awesome.
I'm a feel.
You're fine, Marcus. I'm sorry.
I think you do all right, man. Don't worry about it.
I think you do good.
I'm just OCD is all. It's me.
I am a savage when it comes to the tech, basically. You know, if everything like went down tomorrow and we need to be out in the fields, like gathering some food and doing all that and surviving and making potable water and making our own compasses and all that stuff. Hey, I got you on that. Making booby traps and weapons, I can do all that stuff. But this tech world, I feel so out of place.
Well, that's an important
Folks,
thing.
our
Is that
economic
everyone
recovery is the
has a role.
strongest in the world. But I know that because of the pandemic, many borrowers need more time to resume payments. For that reason, my administration is extending the pause on student loans repayments for 90 more days through May 1, 2022. In the meantime, folks should take advantage of the Department of Education's options to make payments easier, like income-based repayments or public service student loan forgiveness program. Look at them both. I want you to stay safe. Get vaccinated. Don't forget to get your booster. It matters. And happy holidays.
That was gross.
This is why I have to. Yo, quite honestly, this is why I have to ignore.
That's what he is.
Yeah, I have to ignore a lot of shit because
son of
you're
a
talking
so
to me
stupid.
about my
It's
debt.
in the press release too.
You're talking to me about my debt
Like,
and
what
what I
does
owe
that
and
have to do
payments
with
I have to
anything?
make. And you telling me to go take some serum? Again, this shit that brings about violent feelings and makes you really just want to put paws on people and start slapping the shit out of them for playing with you.
It's
Like,
eviction
but I
moratorium
digress.
2.0. That's all it is. That's all
Yeah,
that
and
shit
they
is. It's
just
eviction
raised the debt
moratorium
ceiling.
2.0. That
They'll
fool
probably
They
will
don't have to
graduate
pay
from
their
screw
debt.
you over 20,000 ways from Sunday on student debt. I know he did it with evictions. Biden will do it with student debt. He will shaft
See, it's not
every last one of
It's
y'all.
not like they're being
Exactly.
nice at all. They're just, helping the
That son of a
lenders.
bitch. I don't trust his ass at all.
I don't trust any
He
of these
couldn't even get
motherfuckers.
$2,000 straight. Like, he couldn't even get that shit out the door, dude. Like, I'm
Right,
gonna
he
trust
couldn't
his
even
ass with
get
shit.
that right.
He
No.
fucked with the money on that, man. You can't trust him on anything after that. I mean, if you even trusted the guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, that
and
should have
then-
been a dead tip-off.
And then the war crime
Can't
happened that
believe
nobody
anybody
wants to
believe.
talk
And
about.
And I called that too. I called that he was going to have to walk that back when he started saying, "Oh yeah, you fuckers gotta pay in February." I was like, when he walks that shit back, he's either gonna have to cancel it or people are gonna be mad. That's what I said. That I was like, because nobody's gonna take no one's going to take another pause or another extension because they're gonna be like, you're gonna be a mean son of a bitch there too. You don't give a shit. If he can throw your ass out on the street, out of your home in the middle of a pandemic that supposedly is like killing thousands of people a day, trust me, he can fuck you over with student debt. And that's just indentured servitude anyway. That is just indentured servitude right there.
And all his debt is fine.
And there are people who have paid for years, decades even, and they haven't even touched the principal. They haven't even touched it. They haven't even.
I know people going on their second or third job after a career in one field, just still paying back the shit that they had to the degree that they had to get supposedly that they were told to get that got them into the field that they're currently in. They're still paying off the loans from the first career that they went through. That then they realized that they didn't like what they were doing. Like that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like people get pinned into positions where they like will work somewhere for 10 years. And I saw this all the time in corporate life. People wake up and realize that they've been doing a soulless thing for years, and they have an awakening. That's what midlife crises are in many aspects, you know. Like people just wake up to like, have I been doing anything for the greater good? What's been going on here? You know.
Get vaccinated for the greater good. That's what he said.
That's what
I remember that memo. Remember
for the greater good.
Remember that memo? That memo that he put out that said, you had 2 years to prepare for it, time to which essentially said you had 2 years to pay for it, time to pay up. That's who that's who those monsters are. That's who those animals are. They've been
that's
bought,
the guy that was behind
the paid for by the lobbyists.
Yeah. Like you think the guy that was behind
like that dude
shit like that is going to do anything good ever?
Exactly. He's the reason why people can't declare bankruptcy and still part of the reason or whatever that they can't even do that in the first place. But you thought he was gonna save you. You thought he was gonna do cancellation for student debt, and then he promised in the election. I was like, he's gonna renege on that.
You hit on something key. It's like they got to drip out enough hopium, just enough, so that people don't get out on the streets. They just got to drip enough of that. They got to release something
and get those elections. You know. In order.
Exactly. That reminds me, it's kind of ironic. So I was not too long ago talking about this on I went on Indie News Network, and I was on I guess Lucy's I'm not sure if I was on the main channel or Lucy. I think I was on Lucy. Well, I don't know. It was on everybody's, but Blue Moon Red Wine. She has asked me to come on, and I talked to Alan Kalinge, who is one of the big champions on going against a lot of this student debt. And for those who are not familiar, he has a petition right now that I believe is over 2 million signatures now, going against that. And I believe a lot of that pressure might be pushing back against that. But hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can find his Twitter handle. That way, you guys can go and check him out.
I got to read the first part of his book. If you read the first part of his book, talking about how he got stuck with student loans in like because this was like what, the 1990s when it first started, and how it ballooned from 5 figures to 6 friggin' figures in like a short amount of time. I'm like, you wouldn't feel a degree sorry. You wouldn't feel sorry about any of these student loan servicers. You would want horrible things to happen to these people after what they did to that man. You would want like the worst possible things to happen to him. If you read it, by the time you finish the story, you'd be infuriated.
What abolished politician just said?
Really, what did he say?
Oh,
what'd you say, Jack?
Like the higher ed, it's a scam. Like I don't know how else to explain it. I got it.
And they're taking Ritalin and Adderall to cram classes, right? Yep. And then what? Like a week before finals or whatever, they crank out like a 10-page term paper.
Yep. And they've memorized everything.
And I'm like,
but they've never questioned anything, because that's why, like, I always had a theory when I was in school, was that some teachers, like, they took these different paths, but one path is that I called it the busy work path. That's where they just want you to memorize shit. They don't want you to understand how all this shit fits together. So I found teachers that were the other school where they wanted you to know bigger picture, but those teachers aren't around anymore.
Yeah, they're gone.
Oh,
they're
yeah,
gone.
They're all gone. Years now.
Yeah, they're all gone. They got rid of all the big picture inquiry based, like, you need to question shit teachers. They're all gone.
I'm glad you brought up the fact of how you're not, a lot of these people are paying and they're not even touching the principal, because that's one of the main things that we talked about.
Yeah.
And here's something interesting, a fact that I feel obligated to put out there. The government owns most of your debts. So it's the government who could forgive all of this debt, who is like, nah, you guys need to figure out a way to pay these people because we need our money. That's what Biden's overall message basically is during this whole pandemic, when they know that we're dealing with inflation, all kinds of stuff. You're having a lot of people who are having trouble paying stuff. And a lot of Americans are saying they're in a worse state than they were, this time last year. A lot of people who were saying, yeah, we're glad Trump is gone, but we feel like we're in a worse state than when Trump was president. And this is Democrats also who were saying this. And it's like, Biden, are you trying your best to make sure that the Democrats get completely destroyed in the midterms? I mean, because the way it's
what that means testing shit, dude. What that means testing bullshit.
The case.
The way,
yeah, of course, that's what. But Marcus, you just hit the nail on the head. When you just said, what is it you want? The Democrats to get smashed in the midterms? Because that's what you can do, right? You'll bring in the Republicans in the House and the Senate. The Democrats will still control the House. Nothing will get done.
You're right.
Correct.
09 all over again. 2009 all over.
Correct.
Yeah. Damn, dude.
Correct. And then what will happen is this will continue to get people into their camps for 24.
Yeah.
So then they could be like, oh, we gotta vote the lesser of two evils.
We tried.
It's the same tired argument will get rolled out again.
Yeah.
The Republicans stopped us from getting everything done.
Yep.
It's
and there's your narrative. Jesus, you just predicted it all, man.
Yeah, but it was the student loan. It was the student loan lobbyists and it was student loan lobbyists that were dumping money into the politicians that actually stopped it. Just like with the real estate, they dumped in millions upon millions upon millions of dollars to make sure the eviction moratorium was overturned. Now, what do you think the student loan people, with all their money and all of their power, what do they think? What are they going to do? They're going to turn around and they're going to make sure that exact same shit happens again, because they win no matter who gets set in that, who sits in those
Especially,
offices.
you guys need to think about this.
Legal loan sharks.
There you go. You nailed it. They have the competitive advantage on the whole fucking system. So if they know that people aren't going to be able to pay, like they know in 90 days, someone knows what's going to happen in 90 days. Be it Biden or whoever, someone knows this decision already. That's what we all need to get comfortable with. That's not conspiratorial. That's called planning. That's how people plan things. That's how you schedule things. Someone's already made this up. That's the gross thing to me, is that they're toying with us at this point because they need to get us like super desperate, and it's just disgusting. It's really gross, man.
I know Chris and Marcus remember. Do you remember when 0809 happened, Great Recession happened, and people couldn't pay? People couldn't pay their student loans at that time, and you saw all them pictures on. All them pictures on taking pictures of their stories and everything, and they were like, "I'm $300,000 in debt. I'm $100,000 in debt." And then Biden and the administration's crazy ass is saying, "Well, we can take off like 10 grand. How about that? We can take off 50 grand. How about that?"
Well, this is pipe dream. Let's even look. We can talk about the politics. Yeah, correct. Now, look, we could talk about the politicians, but we do have to take shots at ourselves and our peers, right?
Yes.
Because Biden is the same dude who told you back before that, your student loan debt cannot be included with your bankruptcies, right? That has to stay separate.
That's right.
Now here we are.
Case closed right there.
2019, 2020.
That was 2007, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
I'm just saying, fast forward, and it's like, oh, I'm really concerned about my student loans, and Trump is trash, and I've got to support Biden because, and then sure enough, you're getting again. He already told you. He showed you before. He didn't have to even tell you.
Chris,
He
you
showed
hit on
you
something
before.
huge. And that's
how
this.
many
And,
people?
Mhm.
No, how many people said? How many people believed him when he said, oh, he'll fix it. We could push him left later. All right, we could push him left later. Well, later came, and guess what? He didn't have to go nowhere, cause guess what? He already fucking won, so he didn't have to give a shit anymore. But they do like, well, let's vote for him now. They report things, get Trump out of office, and we'll push his ass left. We'll push Biden's ass left later.
Shadow, what's up, brother?
Later,
Sorry,
we'll push him left later. Year later,
What were you gonna say, Jeff?
has it gone left yet? Has it gone left? No.
Yeah, Jack, what were you gonna say?
Chris, what were
Go
you,
ahead,
what,
Jack.
what were you just talking about? Because it made me think of something. The
No,
last
I
thing
was
that
saying.
you were,
Oh no, I was just saying the people don't pay attention that Biden wouldn't allow student loans to be handled during bankruptcy.
That's
but then
it.
20 years later, yeah.
So
Right.
if you guys remember the Rave Act, if you guys remember the Rave Act, it essentially penalized with almost felonies, I think, Marcus, for promoters of what they called illegal parties. Now, the thing that woke me up to like what was going on is, well, let's just say allegedly I went to some warehouse shows like a long time ago. And so like I saw what that act did. You know what it did? It just criminalized everything to the standpoint that instead of like a promoter maybe having one shady show a year, you had every promoter having to be shady because of the law now. Because of the fact that they're going to take your turntables, they're going to take everything that you brought into that venue. They're not, so that means that safety goes down. The money that the venue, the promoters could spend on safety went down immediately. So I saw like what happened. The government interventions were actually worse because people were now facing felony charges. They were more willing to do crazy shit.
Remind them of that time frame.
Like 90s.
Mm-hmm.
So this is right on the heels of the Crime Act too. So you're already seeing your friends getting like 3 strikes and all that bullshit, and then you're going through this shit. And you're like, people really think this motherfucker is gonna do anything for you? Jesus.
Well, you know what happened? Like roughly, I'm trying to remember what year this was. Like roughly about 2007-ish. You had a ton of nightclubs and concert hall type places where they were having all these stage collapses and things like that happen.
Fires, I remember that.
Fires,
collapses, fires, people dying.
And then normally 5 to 10 years later, all the effects of not keeping up the safety and maintenance on all that shit starts to wane out.
Yep.
I just wanted to put that chronological order there for everybody. Keep it all fresh for us.
Yeah. It's amazing
I got a lot of people that say
that people will like repeat it. People repeat it right back to you and believe it.
All connected. All of these things are all connected together.
Yeah.
Almost just like what we talked about, I believe it was last week or maybe the week before with Chief Justice Roberts and what Biden telling him he was going to have to rule on something. Now all of a sudden we're talking about in Sweden people getting vaccine chips.
Yep.
I'm just
it's pretty in your face.
They do it all in your face, and what they do is they say, okay, well, this we can't really do here. We'll talk about it here, put it out there, and then what we're going to do is find some country where they don't have as many protections and they're a little softer, and then we'll push it here.
But Marcus, you're missing a step. They get the gasoline, they look you in the eyes, they lie to you, and they gaslight you right there in front of your face.
Right.
With an entire nation. They're just using the entire herd immunity. No, it doesn't exist. Sweden. No. The country doesn't exist. And then now they're doing some authoritarian shit. It's like, pick a country, man. And it makes sense because you can't do all agendas at once. If they try to do all the agendas at once, people wake up too quick. So they just pilot them, just like Elwood you were talking about earlier.
Piecemeal, a little bit at a time.
It's like Franco says all the time. You know, it's like the pot in the it's like the frog in the hot pot. You know, you don't turn it all the way up instantly. You just slowly turn the heat up little by little by little. And that's how you cook that frog alive. Same thing they're doing.
And supposedly, I heard that wasn't even technically true. If they notice, they'll still pop out. What I think what had to happen is that you had to put the pot, the lid on top, so that by the time they figured it out,
they won't be jumping as hard as all. Yeah.
Slow enough. You do it slow enough. You don't even have to put the pot. You don't even have to put the lid on, because they won't notice the temperature rising. And that's what we have with a lot of people around us. I mean, it blows my mind literally. And I hate that I'm gonna have to put her on blast, but I'm gonna have to put her on blast because she literally, my mom, sent me a text saying she's praying that I get vaccinated. Now, I'm looking at my mother who's had 2 of the vaxes and she's gotten the booster. I'm not saying these are connected, but my mom is sick right now and having headaches.
Wow.
I'm perfectly fine. I've been around people who have had COVID this whole entire time. When everybody else locked down, I didn't lock down. I was one of the handful of people at my company who was still there every single day. And so I've been exposed to all kinds of people who have had COVID. Hasn't affected me not one iota.
I talk so much. Look, Marcus, sorry, I talked so much shit last year, and I haven't followed no part, as they say in the South. I ain't followed nan protocol, nan rules. I know they want me to like get it, but hey, it is what it is, man. I don't do any of it. I don't distance. I party all the time. I go out. I don't wear the face condom. Like I don't. Everything they said not to do, I'm doing it. But I always wash my hands though.
We need a merch store with face condoms. I'm just saying.
We already did that though.
The only thing that I was doing,
I don't know who wasn't washing their hands though.
Exactly.
Well, it's a
That's what I'm saying, dude. When I saw that on TV, I was like, "Are they literally reminding motherfuckers that they need to wash their hands?"
That was
Is this the level we've gotten to? I was like, "Is this
But I would prefer that to the
we had a lot of
downward spiral we've
motherfuckers
been
who are
on.
not washing their hands.
I miss those days when they were just talking about hand washing
I watched
and
people
not covering our face.
literally, like I watched people go out there do construction. Now me, I'm working in the warehouse and everything. I wash my hands before I go to the bathroom and after I come out. I'm watching people out
same
there.
here.
You can see their hands are black, just
Ew.
filthy. Go straight in the bathroom, don't wash their hands, and then come out
Yeah.
with their hands.
You know what grosses
Yo, and
me
it's
out
like-
is when people don't wash
I
their
bet
hands
that's
before they eat something.
forklift break.
You gotta touch yourself
stuff,
with
too.
those filthy ass hands. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, you're
Because that
putting
stuff gets in
Hands before you
everything.
eat something.
Like talk
That
about dirty
forklift
dick,
dust
right?
gets in everything, man. That brake dust, like or the tires, whatever the thing that comes off of forklifts. Like I like working in a warehouse, that thing gets in everything, especially electronics. I've seen PCs covered in that soot. Like it's like a black tar soot. It's
Well,
gross.
what it is the exhaust.
Yes, it is.
It's that
Oh yeah.
it's getting burnt off.
I didn't even think about that part.
And then on top of where I work, you have the pipes and tubes which go in for like a lot of boilers and stuff. I'm watching guys pick up these pipes. Now they have oil and stuff all over them to keep them from getting rusted and stuff. And so they're grabbing that. Some of them have been rolled around on the ground from this place to that place. Hands are just, I mean, out there, all kinds of oils and nasty crap and dirt and everything. And I watch them like pull out a cigarette and just light up. Dirt all on their hands, everything. And then decide I'm going to pull my mask out and put my mask on. You can see the black smudges all around the rings. And so I'm like, and then here's another thing. Once all this stuff was going down, the only thing I did any different was I boosted the amount of vitamin C that I was taking. I boosted the amount of multivitamins and a bunch of other things. Just basically throw a whole lot of I took a lot of everything. But I just
if you guys ever need protocols,
was that Jack?
If you guys ever need like ever since this stuff broke out, I guess it's just like the research instinct to me is I follow all the the doctors that I feel are being the most honest, if that makes sense. I've written down all their protocols and tested each one of them. So like you're right, Marcus. Like especially vitamin C, get liposomal. All that is. It's a fancy word for it's fat soluble vitamin C. It won't upset your stomach. It means you can take more. I've heard its effectiveness is close to IV vitamin C, but I'm not a doctor, so don't take my word for it. But I've heard from different researchers, liposomal, liposomal, I think, and that just means it's fat soluble. So instead of being water soluble like most vitamin C, it gets into your fat, so it stays longer. But you're right.
Thing, important that you said that it's fat soluble. What a lot of people don't know about this about the COVID virus itself is it stores in your fat cells.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why it's hit people who have been more overweight.
Makes sense.
Yeah, you're right. It would act as like a reservoir because actually viruses have a fatty exterior on them. I forgot what they called that. It may literally be liposomes.
Yeah. I mean, but it's sometimes the smallest things can be huge for you.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to talk about it.
Sorry.
So,
I want to know.
but I figure now's a good time. Let's talk about the Matrix a little bit.
Wait, one more thing. I just want to say one more. Wait, one more thing. Just one more.
Talking about this Matrix movie.
Okay.
No. Go ahead.
There are a lot. No, okay. There are a lot of people that don't say, "Well, I'm just not going to pay student loans." That would be a bad idea. They can pretty much, if you're licensed to be a barber, a doctor, a nurse, they can pretty much take that from you. They can garnish your Social Security. They can garnish your wages. They can pretty much destroy your life. And I'm 100% certain that's probably what they're going to do in May. But if your plan is to just not pay entirely, don't default is horrible. Default is pretty much the seventh circle of hell. That is it. That's all I had. Now you can
bill collectors calling you 24/7, and they have like extrajudicial like things that they can do. It seems like I don't have this like written down, but if I recall, they can do shit above and beyond what normal people can do.
Jack, technically, here's the fucked up part about it. A lot of these people, when they do this stuff, they don't actually have the power to do it. Your human resources, like when they call and put you into default, they're like, "Oh, well, you're in default. We're going to garnish your check." They can say, "Okay, well, send us the court order." But a lot of human resources, they don't think that they can do that, so they just kind of go with it. It's just some random ass person on the phone. That person, they could go through all those steps, but most of the time they're not going to do that. And so, if that human resources person just said, "No, fuck off," you guys, it's almost like if a cop decides, "Hey, I want to come into your house," and you say, "Show me a warrant," and he's like, it's the same kind of situation. But most people know that, so your human resources automatically just grants it for him. It's almost the same as just letting a cop walk in your house without the warrant.
That's why it's so important. Like whatever company, if you do work for a company, which I'm at the point right now to where I've worked for enough companies to where I think I'm just gonna have to form my own or just find like-minded people and just go on an adventure like that, just because I've seen too much shit. But if you do find a company, that's why it's critical that like, and just in general, the way that I try to approach everything is treat everyone with kindness. You never know, like if you're friends with someone in HR, you'll get a heads up when shit like that happens.
Mm-hmm. That is so true.
And your friend who the friend who interviewed that Marcus interviewed with her Twitter handle, what she's doing in the way of protesting the student loans, I can see that working versus just outright saying I'm not gonna pay. I can see her plan working.
What's that method?
If you haven't seen it yet, make sure that you go and check it out.
Awesome.
Right. She has a method.
I'm on the second hour of it. In fact, let me see if I can find it real quick and put it in the chat. Because I did the second hour and I had Alan Kalinge on. He was on with me, and very, very knowledgeable fellow. He's been on a ton of different platforms. One's much, much larger than ours. So what that tells me is, this dude doesn't care about, okay, well, I need to be on this platform or that platform, and he's trying to get views. This dude is a true activist and advocate for it. I've literally seen him on 60 Minutes. I've seen him on a couple of the much bigger platforms to the much smaller platforms. So with him, he's just about, getting awareness to what's going on with this whole situation as far as the student loan thing, because he knows how bullshit most of this stuff really is. Oh shit, sorry, I put that in wrong. Just bear with me.
I hope his movie comes out soon. I'm trying to figure out when his release date is, because I love the title.
And let's see, videos. I'm almost there. I think I can figure this out. So you guys are on this little journey with me, and I appreciate it.
Woohoo!
No.
I was just going to post it. Marcus, remember I told you about the name?
I don't know what I'm doing, so you would have to do it.
Remember I told you about the names of the islands in Antarctica just being the same names as all of the variants? So I was just posting that.
They love Antarctica.
In the chat. It's so funny.
Yeah, let everybody know about it, because I don't know if they know about what we were talking about.
I think the penguins know what's going on down there.
lot.
I think the penguins in Antarctica have been isolated from us because they would tell us what's going on.
What do they know?
Weird conspiracies.
Dead ass stare.
I would hope it.
We know.
Yeah.
We know.
It's that 20-mile look, man. They're looking right through you. They've seen everything.
Yeah, they're looking right through you like, we know, we've seen. Okay.
Like, we're just going to stay down here, lift after our eggs. We'll let the film crews come down, but quit fucking with us.
Yeah, I still don't know how to do this. Hey, Chris, go into Blue Moon Red Wine, and it is
on Twitter?
No. On YouTube. Go to her channel, Blue Moon Red Wine.
That was the show that you hosted that one time, right?
Yes.
And that was one of the first gentlemen that you had on? Like one of the first?
Yeah.
That was a great conversation. Yeah, if anyone hadn't checked that out, I'd go watch it like right away. It was really good.
We went for maybe about an hour. The first panelists were what was it? What's his name? Robert Durden, and he does the political fight night. And then Colin's on there, and then I don't know who this other gentleman is. And then Lucy, you'll see them on first, and then I'm on with Alan directly after that on the second hour.
That's right.
Yeah, it's the Student Debt Boycott Marathon, and then you had Steve Grumbine, and you had Caleb Moffin, who came on after us. I mean, it had a full panel. It went 9 hours long. I mean, they had everybody on there from Millennial Splaining. Tara Reid joined us. You had Revolutionary Blackout. They were on there also. So
Marcus, what is it? Blue Moon?
Blue Moon Red Wine.
That's it. All right.
Yeah, and then it'll be student debt relief. Is that what I said? Student Debt Boycott Marathon. So I say, yeah, check that out. I was hosting the second hour, and so check out. Oh, what am I missing in the chat? Kelly and Elle, what are y'all talking about?
Gross buses.
Goodness gracious! Oh
yeah.
Is that a gross off?
Yeah, I mean, what are they competing to be grosser right now? Sucio.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be laughing.
It said we found feces, semen, urine, you name it. Kelly.
I've seen all of that at once.
Oh,
I saw a dead guy once.
Actually, don't tell me where
you win. You win. I'm tagging out.
Don't tell me where be right. I do not
You're
want to know.
people on Tag It Out.
All right, wait, Marcus. I want to know your take now. On the Matrix.
Oh man, I will try not to do any spoiling. I'm going to do my best.
I'll be a good test of that because I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I haven't either.
I will lay out what I can lay out. It is, and from what you guys can see from the previews, apparently he's been put back into the Matrix, and he is unaware of his previous path, we'll say. He's heavily medicated on blue pills, as you guys can see in the commercial. He has a meeting with Trinity, aka Carrie Ann Moss, who plays Trinity. They do not know each other. This is stuff from the previews. You guys should be able to see all of this. He's in what he said. Bugs was my favorite. Yeah. I just had, and I'm gonna do a breakdown on it. After I do, because I still owe everybody another Matrix breakdown on the trilogy. I'm trying to figure if I'm going to do it as just an upload or if I'm going to do it as a live stream. So trying to figure that out, or if I should break them apart or if I should do them all together. Still don't know yet. My opinion of it is I feel it was, well, yeah, Jack says I love the John Wick. I didn't like the fact that he had the look of John Wick trying to be, Thomas Anderson. I kind of would have gave him more of an older Thomas Anderson look. That would have been one thing that I would have appreciated. Because I felt it's easy to kind of in your head kind of get a little mixed up with John Wick and the Morpheus and kind of
Do you think that was like laziness? Like they were probably shooting two things at once, or what?
I think I think that's the reason why they left his hair like the way it was, because he was supposedly shooting another John Wick film at the same time.
See, they shouldn't do it so close together.
Once you see the movie, you'll see why. I don't know if that's a great excuse.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
No, need not say more.
Marcus.
Yes.
Marcus. You know me and you spoke about the Matrix. That's one of my shits. I think it's ironic that I ended up as host of a show called The Political Matrix. Anybody who knows me offline knows that I love that fucking movie. With that being said, I didn't understand the motherfucking thing about this one. I was falling asleep at first because I tried to put it on at like 7 something in the morning, and I was kind of nodding off because I stayed up late. But when I did, I watched it over, right? Like, I think that was the first 30, 40 minutes. Then I put it back on. I watched it from the beginning all over again. And when it ended, I was so confused. I had to text my brother like, dog, did you watch this? He's like, no, not yet. So I said, all right, when you watch it, let me know. Because I'm only asking people who are fans, not the casuals like you. I'm sorry to say, but I don't know what Lena Wachowski was doing. Like, if this is what you came back to do, I wish they could rewind time and just leave it at the last 3.
Amen.
I didn't get it.
I won't watch it then.
I've been watching, like right before I got on, I was watching the latest James Bond, and in the first, you know how they always have like an action sequence, and then they go into the Bond music, and it starts doing it's very artistic, opening. I was more intrigued and more interested in that opening to the Bond movie than the whole entire Matrix movie.
I always am. I just realized that. Every Bond movie, the opening scene, that's it. That's all I need to watch now.
I was like,
isn't that movie like 2 hours?
The Matrix movies, 2.5 hours.
Yeah, I'm saving you all time. You don't need to watch the whole Bonds. Just watch the opening scene. That's it.
I mean,
oh my
god. Oh no, I do recommend you watch the whole Bond movie. But
yeah, that's what I saw.
Because
the predictive programming.
I'm like watching it, and I'm like, it threw some things in there that I don't, good and bad, some pros and cons. It wasn't one of those movies where it goes all the way through, and I'm like, yes, on everything. It was some things I was didn't like that part. So I won't spoil it for you. I'll let those who want to know my takes on that stuff, who've seen, James Bond, the latest Bond, to ask me, and I'll go into it. But this, I felt maybe my intentions. Yes, I so agree with that. I so agree with that. Yeah, I mean, her sequence was really. I was actually impressed with how well she did. I'll say that. Very impressed with her portrayal so far. But a lot of the Matrix, for what I was expecting, I did not get what I was expecting. I'll say that much.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, I honestly.
Did you pay for it? Get your money back.
No. I had a feeling it was going to be bad.
Marcus, no.
How dare you assume that I paid for that dog shit?
I had a bad feeling.
I'd be very upset.
All right, it's like no.
It was all and it wasn't both of them. That was another reason I was like, damn, your sister don't even want to hang out for this one. What's going on here? This is
right. It's like that bad. Yeah.
This is what I told my girl: the difference between watching Bond, the latest Bond movie, and watching the latest Matrix. The latest Matrix felt like one person who had a vision and was trying to push all the different things they wanted to put in there, and then had a bunch of different people working on those specific points that they wanted to hit on. Versus the Bond movie, you had a bunch of different people who were like tunnel vision on their aspect and working to make it brilliant and perfect. And so you had a bunch of people who were doing perfection in different lanes versus one person saying, this is my overall agenda, get it done. I feel like they, in areas where, and here's another thing that was different. The Matrix would be action, and then throw a little humor in here every now and then. This one focused a little bit too much on trying to be funny.
Ew.
Yeah.
That's gross.
It was never a funny movie, really.
Yeah.
Those are the worst ones too. And they try to be funny.
And and some of what they did with certain
and nostalgic.
I didn't love. And did you know the characters switched?
I think we all knew that.
Yeah, I knew that. And originally the robots were put that back up. Weren't using us as batteries, but as
they couldn't explain that.
Interesting. So then they'd be using us for compute power.
The battery part because they couldn't explain that out, and they figured it would.
I remember you saying something about that.
Yeah, but in the original storyboards, Switch actually does switch from a female character outside of the Matrix to a male character inside of the Matrix.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I can definitely attest to that. And then if you watch the Animatrix, it's okay.
Everyone watch that. I recommend it.
It explains a lot. It explains things.
I do. I like the Animatrix.
It explains a lot of what led up to the Matrix becoming the Matrix. I felt like, it's so hard to not spoil some of this stuff. But you know how when you have somebody where if instead of doing what everybody loves and expects, they spend their time trying to surprise you and subvert you the whole time.
M. Night Shyamalan.
That's what I felt she was doing in this.
Old school?
That's what I'm calling that. M. Night Shyamalan. It's where like you always have to have a twist or a hook, and you always got to try to sneak it in, but it's so obvious.
And he did that one time, and he was like, "I got to do it every time now."
Yeah.
That's what they want.
And it's some things which, after I watched it the second time around, they don't make sense for you to do it that way. And they didn't have to do some of the things they did. It's just my girl said it this way. She said it felt lazy. It felt lazy in some places.
I love that we're naming sex toy divisions. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's great. It's what
That
we
was
need.
literally
that's a good summation.
I love that. That's awesome.
That's a good summation.
I
Lazy.
don't know what they come up with now.
Yeah, the name of the coffee house in there where Neo is going all the time is called Simulate. Yes.
My God.
Yeah.
Like dad
Is
jokes.
this
Like we're
sponsored
talking
by
like an entire
Starbucks?
movie of dad jokes.
Yeah, they threw
Oh man.
I like the
Not
name of the cafe.
Stimulate.
Yes.
What about Illuminati?
Well, they threw in some. What else was I going to say? They threw in a couple of things where they did a lot of callbacks in the movie.
I hate that.
I don't mind some, but they did
If
a
they
lot.
make sense, but not when they don't make sense, you know?
They
Like it's
did
gotta make sense.
A lot of callbacks.
Oh,
A
that's gross.
lot.
Do you
That means
think
that
they were
ran
trying to
out.
play to the? You think they were trying to play up the
Nostalgia.
nostalgia factor, Marcus?
Oh, without
Exactly.
They knew everybody went back to watch The Matrix.
Franco.
Right. Okay. They did. There's a lot of people that went to
Because
rewatch.
Franco said it didn't have any soul. It felt like a cash grab.
Yes, Kelly.
That's what he said. It felt like
Knock, knock. Knock, knock, Kelly.
Yeah, like I said, I was expecting. Well, one, let me say this though. I don't think it's.
That's
so
not
much
Bill
of a
and Ted, is
spoiler.
it, Kelly?
No, it's not.
No, knock, knock.
No.
It's
it's not
by
Bill and Ted.
Eli Roth. He wrote that. He
And
directed it. I don't know if he wrote it, but he directed it.
She's in that movie. She's one of the teenage girls in that movie. Yep.
But
They are.
I was expecting with this Matrix. I thought they was gonna. I thought they were gonna overdo it with the gay stuff, transsexual stuff, etc. That's what I really thought was gonna be a major part of it. But as I watched it, I was glad it wasn't. And if it was, I totally missed it, right? But I don't think so. I don't think I'm that dense, right? But other than that, it was just the callbacks and what they were talking about, and what they do to Agent Smith. What they do to Agent Smith?
We don't know.
Don't tell him.
We'll never know. I'll
The
never
most
know.
pivotal character in the series, and we don't know what the fuck happened to him. I love
They
this.
did some lazy writing in there. I'll definitely.
I was gonna say that sounds like lazy writing is what it all sounds like. Like the M. Night Shyamalan.
Yeah.
That's chasing the dragon type shit, dude. It's like what I was talking about with cryptos. It's people chasing after that thing that worked one time, constantly over and over again.
Because you're my boy, I gotta spoil it for you before you watch it. So I'll talk to you off cam and explain, because you get ticked off at some of the stuff you see in there if you don't have a warning.
Right on. Yeah, I got you.
I think
100%.
I probably like prep you for it. It's kind of like one of those things where you gotta be like,
I like that. I'm getting prepped to watch it.
I gotta sit you down first and brace you for some bad news.
I ain't watching it unless I get paid.
I mean, I realized why it went straight to HBO Max. I think,
right. Instead of being released in the theater and HBO Max simultaneously. Okay.
I almost went to the theater, and I was just like, it was just timing of everything. I didn't get a chance to go. I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad. I mean, I went and saw Spider-Man in the theater. That was enjoyable in the theater. I thought this was going to
That was
be
like a cash
100 times more enjoyable, and I'm glad I didn't. It is just, I'm going definitely going to watch it again, maybe 2 more times. But I shouldn't have to watch a movie that many times just to fucking understand what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
I will say that they did throw some wokeness into it, Chris, whether you realize it or not.
No, they did, but I thought it was gonna be. I thought they were gonna overdo it. I caught the reference when they made the comments. I saw that, and there was a couple other references too. But like I said, I thought it was gonna be like blatant, like they was gonna turn Trinity into a man. Like that's what I was.
That would be out of nowhere.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Yo, you're the one.
Correct.
And now they're in a gay relationship.
Like it's not Neo, it's Trinity. She's really the one. She had to change. Yeah.
Don't give them ideas.
But yeah, I just felt like, you know what it felt like? Honestly, that after they let people check it out, some of the reviews that they got from people, they decided, you know what? Let's just split the baby and send half of this to HBO. I'll let you guys know, Rotten Tomatoes, the critics and the audience gave it about a 65.
That's like lukewarm toast. That's like reading toast.
Yeah.
How was your breakfast? It was slightly warm toast. It wasn't warm, no, but it tried to be warm. It just couldn't get there.
There's one thing that
Why did they just warm the toast?
There's like
Glory.
There's like 3 things which they did in there, which I absolutely hated. Hey, Glory Jones, by the way. But
Hi, Glory.
you're shivering. I know. Is it raining in your area too, El? Because it is like downpouring where I'm at right now.
Not downpouring.
And I'm like,
now.
this sucks. Because after the show, I gotta put my backboard back outside and go out there in the damn rain.
That sucks.
But yeah, that sucks.
I'm locked down at the moment on my own.
But it was like I could give a top 5 of the things which I thought were just atrocious about that movie.
I want to hear that list.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna probably do. I'm trying to figure when I'm gonna do this, but I might even just break it apart, hold myself to an hour, do 1, then 2, then 3, and then the week after, going ahead and really explain it out for everybody. It just, man. Honestly, this is. I'll say this part. It really felt like Sophia Stewart, when she said that they stole it from her, this lends a lot more credibility to that claim. Because the 3 Matrix movies after the first one, it has gotten. It's watching like Game of Thrones. The first season was pretty close. Second season was close. Then by the time you got to the 8th season, you're like, what the fuck is going on? How did it devolve this far away from where it was supposed to be?
It's like the difference between coming home after work and like coming to an empty home, like if you live by yourself, or coming home and there's a random dude and they're pissing on your wall.
It was like
those are progressively worse situations, is what I'm saying.
It was like some stuff. It was like, but why did you do that? You didn't have to do that. I mean, because by making one decision, it forced you to not be able to have the flexibility with the characters that we see.
Because they had to keep all the bullshit together, right?
What's up, Jordan? He says, "Can I send you a video?" Yes, send us a video. But it was.
Marcus, just keep it real, dog. Like, as much as we love it and we was hoping they was gonna do it justice, it just leaves you scratching your head saying, what the did I just watch?
Just leaves you wanting, right? It just didn't make it.
I'll give you
Yeah,
some.
it didn't do it.
I'll give you some
You know
good.
what I
How
mean?
about some of the good is I do believe it gave a decent commentary on some of the stuff which is going on in society now. I'm talking about perspectives of people and how they're handling things. That's all I'll say without spoiling. I mean, trying to, and I hope I'm doing a better job this time, E, than not spoiling, because I know I'm good at spoiling movies. I excel in it. But they did a decent commentary on society. Chris, can you pull that one up? That Yale bro put Jordan put in the chat. Oh no! I mean, pull it up. Let's see what he's sending us over. This should be interesting. Muy interesante. Let's see, because so it's like so much potential, just so much laziness though.
And the first one was so good.
Kelly,
That's
it
like
is.
about it.
Kelly, it is on cable already.
Well, because Sophia Stewart, I believe she fucking wrote it, and
Yeah, that makes more sense now.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense that they wrote it, that she wrote it, and once it got into their hands, it just started going downhill further and further.
I remember watching the second one. I was like, "This is just bad."
I can't copy that link, Mark.
I'm sorry if I spoiled it for you, but I didn't give away any plot points. I'll put it that way. You're gonna be happy that I gave you some kind of a warning walking into this, or you're gonna be like me at the end of it, like, what the fuck was that?
I'm glad I know now. Like,
It was like when I was reading. It was like when I was reading that now they're rebooting Wonder Woman, and they're going to be Themyscira is now going to be filled with trannies, and they were saying that the trans people were already on the island of the Amazons, and we didn't know it. So they're redoing that whole thing with Wonder Woman after making her gay. And she's in a relationship with Superman's sister. I'm like, yo, you just can't watch anything anymore. You can't read.
I've actually heard complaints from trans fans about shit like that because it, like, when they put stuff in that like to where they have to change the whole plot on shit, where it ruins the original story.
Yeah.
It ruins it for everyone.
That's what they're doing.
I thought they were rebooting the other
man.
Wonder Woman that they
That's
rebooted
nuts,
already.
dude.
Where'd that go?
There's a whole mess of stuff there. Shoot, never mind.
No more reboots. Let's stop it.
Yeah, stop with the reboots.
No more movies. Fuck it. Who cares? We're all gonna die anyway, right?
I mean, do we really think another like American History X type movie or like Network or something like that's gonna get it made?
Hell no.
Nope.
Network was even predictive programming. It was like not even good. Like not even like the message that you wanted to really send, but the message that they wanted you to see.
Do you have it? Let's see, Chris. I'm curious what he sent over.
Marcus, I can't copy the link. If he wants to, yeah, it won't from the computer. I can't copy it.
Damn.
Oh.
Let me see if I can figure it out.
If you put it in a private chat, then that'll work. If you could do it, then I could do that.
Mr.
Yeah, Yellowbird, get in on the Matrix shit, man. That shit was trash. Convince me otherwise.
I got the argument. Batman wasn't in it.
Let me see if I can do it. No, it keeps.
You want me to put it all in? I'll put it all in. I don't give a fuck.
There you go.
No, I'm saying
do
if you can copy it and put it in a private chat, then I can do it.
Kelly, it is free on cable.
Yeah, Kelly, it's free.
It's already free on cable. It's free on HBO. From what I heard last, the box
Not for people who don't have it. Okay.
Only at 6 million.
Ooh, that's not. Ooh.
6 million.
6
That's
million.
not good.
6 million.
That's probably
Yeah,
6 million in
That's
total.
like Rachel
Okay, that's
Maddow's
not.
viewings during Russiagate level of shit. That's
Yeah.
like
Mm-hmm.
I think she
That's
had
not
more
good.
during Russiagate. She had like what 10 million? Like she had a few million during that shit. So Jesus, that's horrible.
Billy, they can't reboot Clockwork Orange.
No, they better stay away from that.
No.
I think the studio I think that they would literally have the pitchforks outside, wanting some A&R.
Yeah, there's certain
If you
movies. There's certain movies you can't.
they even made one.
Yeah, there's certain movies you can't touch. Like Friday, don't ever your Ice
Oh,
Cube for as
please
long
don't
as
touch
you
that.
live. Leave Friday alone. Don't
Please.
touch my movie.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Could you imagine if they tried to do a woke reboot of that? How bad that would be?
I don't think we
Oh
can
my
show
God.
this.
I can imagine them
Oh.
trying, but I don't want to see that. I don't even want to put that out in the universe, to be honest.
Me neither.
I thought terrified.
It was just a warning.
Put
like,
that
yo,
evil
don't do
on
it.
people.
Yeah, man. I didn't mean to jinx the universe, everyone.
I don't know if we can show the link, but I put it there. It's spoiler.
Yeah, I pulled it up in another.
Drinking water before bed burns £46 in 2 weeks.
I pulled
You
it
might
up
not
in
wanna
another
play the whole
browser.
thing.
Let me just.
Still no kung fu. Welcome to Screen Crush. I'm Ryan Airy. Let's talk about the Matrix Resurrections. We're going to go through Easter egg.
Yeah, Marcus, I don't know. If we put this up, we may all this whole
Yeah, we
shit may
can't
have
play
just
You might get a
We'll give away too much.
right. It might be people.
no, not just give it away, but they'll pull our shit down for showing too much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we don't want
you're correct.
Also
Well, then-
spoilers.
You're
Can
correct.
you
That's
send
what happened to us.
Can
That's
you
what happened
send
to us with. Oh yeah, I can send it to you. Yeah, it's in the chat.
Yeah. You can just
I got you.
take away the spaces,
into the chat?
chat.
And get it. Duh, I forgot.
and then the private chat. It's there
Yeah.
in its entirety. Anyway, stay tuned for the Matrix crossover with Super Aqua Funcast, guys. If you missed that announcement, it's happening. We're doing it. Everybody's out in. We're gonna figure it out.
Marcus, look.
Oh, you would. Hey, well, have me on sometime then. I'll come on. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, we could tell them we could do this like next week. Shit.
Dude, we
It's the
can-
end of the year. It's
Yeah,
the
that's
end
what
of the year. Look,
we'll-
next week is the end of the year, and I don't want to do a serious ass show. I just want to
Oh.
chill, get drunk on
Yeah.
camera.
Why don't we just have
And-
Jordan come on here? If you're free,
Yeah.
you want to come on, Jordan? Or do kind of what is it called? Shoot, I can't think of what it's called. A dual stream?
Like
You
a
come on here
simulcast.
and you stream it on your channel too?
Yeah, I'm with it. I'll have watched it like once or twice more too. So I'll be.
I'm gonna have
a
to
little
watch
bit
it now
ready.
too, but I'm gonna need my coaching first for Marcus.
You know what? Let me let him in now. Hold on a second. Let me send it to him. Kelly, you might want to cover your ears because some spoilers might happen.
Hey guys, I gotta get going, but it was good. It was good being on. All right, it was good seeing you again, Jack. Thanks, man.
Yeah, it's good seeing you, man.
Appreciate
Love
it.
you.
Have a good night.
Yeah, I
E.
love you guys too. Yeah, Elle, just contact me about the.
Yeah, I'll send you the script.
Okay, just tell me what part you want me to play, and I'll.
We can work it
We'll
out.
work it out.
You can tell me,
Cool.
and we can figure it out.
Okay. All right.
And the
Night,
dates.
guys.
Good night, bro.
Okay.
Have a good night, man.
Always good to
Bye.
have
E,
you.
peace out, man. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
E.
Peace out,
I
Chris.
just sent
All right,
over the
bye,
link.
guys.
Jordan,
Sleep well.
joining us.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. So he said he liked it though.
Really?
Yellow Bird. Yeah, he said.
I thought that was what he meant.
He says that he can do it without spoilers, Kelly. We haven't spoiled it. All we told you is that I didn't personally love it. That's all I've said. It's not
correct. You don't even have to really. It's like I said, man. They tried to make it too much. Like I wanted to see Neo fight Smith again.
That's
like,
the first thing
instead of
you
just-
gotta watch out spoiling it for you.
Look, Marcus, this should have been the poster, Marcus. Look.
Yeah.
That's all Neo did the whole movie.
See, I told you it's not me. That's who you gotta worry about spoiling it for you, Chris.
Yeah, man. They they got me hot.
I just tell people it had. I guess I had higher expectations for it.
Out of sad Keanu Reeves,
You
1
know
out of
it
5.
too.
How many sad Keanu's do you give it?
Well, here's the thing about it. Here's the nuance part about it was Carrie Ann Moss. I felt she did a great job acting. I felt Keanu did a great job. I mean, I don't feel any of the actors did a bad job, really.
It's the writing.
Your namesake.
The
What
writing.
did they do with your namesake, though?
No more black actors, am I right? Gotta stop woke culture. No, it's not about no more black actors. It's just the way they did it was just not good, in my opinion.
Did
Marcus,
you like the
afterwards,
Morpheus
we'll have
guy?
to. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking him, Hal.
What'd you say?
What
Did you
about
like the Morpheus guy?
I thought he did a good job for what they casted him to do and be. That's what I mean, because I think he's a phenomenal actor. It's just what they casted him to be is different than what they casted the original Morpheus to be.
I gotcha.
You know,
Yeah, but Marcus, we should
The
leave it
Morpheus
there. Let
character in the
people
original
get a chance
strong.
to watch.
Oh no, we got Jordan. Jordan's about to hop in.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, I sent him. Let me double check, see if he got it. I sent him the leak over. Yeah.
In my opinion, and what good movies, in your opinion, have come out since the Rona?
Nothing.
Gosh,
I've been watching
I
old
finished
stuff like
Money.
Strange Love.
I watched Money
I
Heist.
watched that too.
It's great.
I'm trying to think of what movies have.
Classic.
Oh,
Gentlemen, you can't fight here. This is the war room.
I will literally tell you the best movie that I've seen, and this is normally wouldn't have been my style.
Marcus,
The Green Knight.
What?
The Green Knight. I don't know if you guys have seen it.
What's that one about? Is it another comic book thing?
No. It's not a comic book. It's actually
What is
going
it?
into Sir Gawain.
Huh?
There we go. Welcome to the Political Matrix there, Jordan. How we doing, brother?
What's up, man? I don't have my camera. I don't have my camera. Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
Hey, Glory,
So-
somebody in my household here saw your answer, and the answer, the cosign was facts. So, just like
Is
Thank
that
you.
an anime? Glory.
Thank you.
So,
I love
like
anime
an
too,
anime.
Whoa.
yeah, Jordan, I'm curious to hear like your take on it. Like you said that you liked it, and when I watched it the second time, I wasn't as hard on it as I was the first time. But
Okay.
what's some of your thoughts, brother?
I'm all right. I'm a little bit of the opposite because when I first saw it, I was absolutely magically in love with it. Then a second viewing, I could see the flaws stood out a lot more. Now, the problems with the movie are just some plot things that are skipped. They're sped up. As far as like things that people that watch the first three Matrix and look for the spiritual, philosophical stuff, they get sped past in this fourth movie. In this fourth movie, they get sped past. I'm not going to lie about that.
Great point.
Also, Yeah. Well, also the action stuff, as far as the aesthetics of it, that's also lacking to me. With fucking Chris doing
Really? In a Matrix
doing
movie
the
too,
bullet
that's
stopping
nuts.
thing. Yeah. Yes.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
yes.
So they made
It's
it cheesy? They managed to make that effect cheesy. Damn,
well.
dude.
It,
Well, I mean, I'm gonna watch it now.
all right. I think it looks better, but it's just like if you're gonna redo it, make it mean something as opposed to it's just happening because someone's shooting a gun at you, Neo.
It
That's
can't be
the
like the
problem there.
kick move in a video game where you know that guy who only uses the same kick move over and over and over to beat you.
Yes.
It can't
Yes.
be like that.
Yeah, it's cheesy in that way. Yes, but the core point of the movie, which is what I would have watched Matrix movies for, they have a core point. They're trying to say something with their movies. The fourth movie, and why I care about it so much, why I give it a decent grade, is because of the core point is not only about the corporate structure of how films are made, how art is made, not only that, but also about us, the audience, and how we take art and how we look at art. We take the art. What they said in this movie was that we take art and we put it in the Matrix itself.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously,
Just like and when I went back and saw it the second time, I won't say this character's name because it'll throw off a lot. I'll just say Doogie Howser.
Okay.
Some things Doogie Howser said made a lot more sense for me. And I'll talk. I'll hit you up on Discord and talk to you about it more. But a lot of the things which he brought up, points that he made about the Matrix itself.
Yes.
It made a lot of sense. Like, remember what I was saying earlier about how some of the commentary of the movie itself did a good job expressing the climate that we're in right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I felt like that joined very well, that meshed very good, in conveying that message.
Well, here's the thing. You're correct about that. But not just that. It's also when these guys are trying to explain the Matrix in this film, and just in the fourth film, when they're trying to explain it, what they're saying is our perceptions, like the things we might love or care about, we are creating our own Matrix out of it. So something like, something like from your childhood, like, right? I love going to Coney Island and getting those fucking hot dogs from Coney Island.
Mm-hmm.
Like now, as an adult, even though we're not experiencing that hot dog, we're still saying like, that moment, that's special.
Yeah.
Thus, we try to bring our kids there. We'll bring our own kids to Coney Island and get those fucking hot dogs, and then that becomes its own Matrix itself. That's what this movie. I think that's one of the biggest points of this movie, and that's why I give it such a high grade. I think that's fucking important. They're telling the fans like, yo, hold on, real quick.
No, I want you to. After that, I want you to answer Kelly's question. I'm not going to go into. I want you to.
Oh, okay, I'll get to that. But what they're telling the fans is your love for our movie, you created your own Matrix out of it. Thus, you see people using words like the red pill, or like even fuck. How do I do this without spoiling?
Or here's one: Copper Tops.
Copper Top, yes, from the early movies, yes.
Mm-hmm.
They're taking, they're looking at the audience and they're saying, "Are you taking like things from our movies and turning it into your own Matrix, your own nostalgia?" It's not just. I swear to God, it's not just a dig at the movie industry for making nostalgia films.
Yeah. Oh, it's a dig at the fans too.
Yes, it's a dig at people using tropes to get by, instead of like what's the actual experience of something, rather than
they most likely
taglines. Good.
They most definitely took shots at the viewer and the fans, and they weren't slick about it either. They took the Gatling gun and just like, they was
yes,
they was firing at all their fans.
Yes. And when I look at that, like when I sometimes I'll say something about like something like a Picasso, like a painter, right? And he can do the most. Let's be real about this. As far as his early works, he could do something where he's like very realistic. He could do a landscape. He could do a portrait, super duper duper realistic. But sometimes he'll do that art where it's like very abstract, where it's like eyes over here, mouth over here, eyebrows way over here. That's what I think that what Lana Wachowski was doing in the fourth movie, to where it's like, you already know I can do this film stuff. You already know I can make films, but I'm gonna do just this movie. It looks ugly. It looks terrible, but I'm giving you a message when I make this movie. That's the point. That's what I think happened, and that's why I give it such a high praise, in my opinion.
I can understand that. I just felt that I don't understand when artists
want more
do
spirituality, right? That should be in there.
Well, I did want more spirituality, but I don't understand why you would go to such levels to subvert. I don't feel like the fans have hated the Wachowskis. I don't feel like they were negative, and so I felt it's a weird aggression and flex back on people who didn't really have a flex, who've only showed you basically love and respect. Now I get it, maybe in some of your other works where you didn't feel appreciated. I know a lot of people gave them a lot of shit about like Sense8, which I don't know if most people know about that. I watched it's on Netflix. Well, hopefully it's still on Netflix. I watched it. I enjoyed it. There was parts about it I didn't really enjoy, but I felt overall it was really creative and thought provoking and
I agree.
Really, really well done. For me, the sex stuff was a little over the top. And
That's exactly what I said to someone. Yeah,
I would have preferred less of that, but I liked what they did with that. I mean, just the whole concept was just brilliant. And for those who don't know it, Sense8, it's a show where literally you have 8 different people. I believe it's 8, right, Jordan?
Yes.
And they're all connected mentally, a form of telepathy, which they all share together. And they're able to work together almost as a team and be able to literally kind of go in and out of each other's atmospheres and realms and actually affect. So for instance, Elle's in a situation where she's getting attacked by 2 or 3 guys. I could jump into Elle for a moment and fight those 2 or 3 guys.
Yes.
Elle could jump into my body in a circumstance where having trouble figuring out, editing or researching something, and she could blow through this research project. And all of the characters were able to interchangeably bounce in and out of each other's consciousness, which I thought was a super cool idea for a show, and it was very well executed. What do you think, Jordan?
I love that show. I love Sense8. And yes, there were things that were over the top and certain plot things that are not the greatest. But that with that thing, I kind of considered like, okay, Netflix has its its boots on your neck, and you're trying to end the show, and certain things like that happen 100% with filmmaking in general, TV or filmmaking in general. But I definitely like the concept 100% of like you and your soul mates in a way. The ability to pull them up into your conscious mind, and they can like control your body, and like if someone's a martial artist like Sun in that show, take over your body and beat someone up, and then if you're a mechanic, you can fucking do your thing. Like
and then the cop, I noticed that a lot of people don't realize that. For those who saw the movie, one of the main characters or one of the main crew members, who was the neologist.
Yeah,
he is one of the main stars from Sense8. He played the Chicago cop.
There's 3 or 4 of them from Sense8 in that movie.
Really?
Yes.
Will's in it.
I have to go back.
Will's in it.
Yeah, Will.
And the girl,
and Wolfgang.
spoil Sense8 is the Spanish actress.
I didn't notice the
Spanish actresses in
with
there.
the short hair.
Yes. All right, real quick. Let me go back because I don't think they were subverting the audience. I don't believe that. I think it's more of a. They look at the audience like, you guys didn't get our fucking movies, and well, the ones that did are not using it for the red pill in the sense of MGTOW, the red pill in the sense of political truth, the red pill in the sense of like they consider that all like, okay, now you're all part of a matrix, which is what the analyst in the movie, without spoiling, I'm not going to say who it is, but the analyst in the movie is now he's using those tropes to make his new matrix with, essentially, which is like, okay, as a like if you're watching someone as a filmmaker, like, okay, you're using what we see in culture, the way the early Matrix movies were used. You're seeing how they're using it, and you're taking that and you're putting it in your film today in the Matrix 4, and you're adding commentary to it, even though it's not the greatest. It wasn't the greatest, expression of it as far as like getting that message by. But it's still in there, which is why I sent the video I sent to you.
Well, and I felt like the issue which you run into is not every fan of the Matrix is very steeped in the theological, not theological, but the philosophical concepts and the different understandings of even some of the different philosophers that they put in place, and some of the names which they used in different ways and stuff like that. Like, I guarantee you a lot of people didn't realize, like in the one, like Niobe's ship, it was called the Logos, and what the Logos even means and the understanding behind that.
Yep.
And I guarantee you people didn't catch any of
Nebuchadnezzar,
that stuff.
the Nemesis,
Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah, that's what we're used to, though. That's like, as far as like, if you're a Matrix 1, 2, 3, like forget the word fan, but you're like, if you're a studier of like that type of stuff, you're not. There's things you could take from this film, but it's not as studious as those prior 3 films, bro.
Yeah,
those prior 3 films are very like hard-nosed.
Cerebral. Very cerebral.
They are hitting you over the head with philosophy. They are hitting you over the head with.
I mean, literally, Morpheus' character, which he's going against, Morpheus being, the god of the dream world, dealing with John Locke, who's dealing with living within your experiences, and that's the character which Commander Locke is playing. And so
how did it stack up to the Animatrix?
The Animatrix as well. Yeah, there's shit in there, 100%.
Oh, a lot in there, in Animatrix.
Yeah, I really like the Animatrix.
Now, my question is like, as okay, if they made that, and they not only did they make those first 3 movies, but they also made a kind of like a documentary attachment to it to try to explain what was in those early 3 Matrix movies. Like they tied it to straight up philosophy and spirituality, and not in Gnosticism, Christianity, fucking determinism, free will, like all these concepts.
We can go deeper than Christianity and say Abrahamic religions as a whole, because it didn't only just throw in like Christianity, it threw in principles of Islam, it threw in principles of Buddhism.
Correct.
A lot of people just think when we say Christianity, people just think like more like Baptist or Lutheran or something, Protestant or Catholic or whatever. They even threw in Mormonism. There's literal Mormon scriptures in there.
The main premise, and this is kind of a symbology that got missed by me at first, that a friend actually showed me that made sense, was that when you think of it like the humans being the batteries, we're not the most efficient things to produce BTUs of heat. If you look at sources, just like if you look at things in general, putting us in vats to keep us alive to generate power like that doesn't make sense unless you think about the fact that we've got souls, we've got energy beyond what we can see with science, right? If you want to get into the woo aspect. So with the original metaphor of the Matrix was you're going to have these soul-sucking things, called the 1%, whatever you want to call them, sucking your soul while you don't have any options. It was kind of like an allegory for what life is going to be like.
But Jack, you also got to remember this other
I think it's
part on too.
multi-layered.
Besides just sucking the energy and soul out of you, it's about control
Exactly.
also.
Yes.
That's why
By
it's multi-layered.
keeping them imprisoned, you're sucking that energy and soul out of them at the same time and using them, but at the same time you're
Yes.
keeping them compliant.
Mhm.
That's
100%.
more the importance. It's like, for
Because
instance,
it's the biggest
at the-
compliancy test.
At the
remember
end
how-
of slavery,
Right.
they had machines that could actually get the cotton a lot faster, but they still used picking cotton because it was a way to keep that slave class occupied also and more controlled.
Being real, it was probably that it was literally a financial decision on that the machines were industrial, therefore cost more than it was to enslave someone and then insure said slave.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's
It
probably
was
the
all
gross truth about it.
economical.
Yeah. That's so sick to me.
Yeah,
Most
I mean,
slavery situations.
well, and that's what I mean. The whole essence of the Matrix, whether you want to look at it from the
Yeah.
first three or the last one, the consistent theme is a form of control and enslavement. Whether that's a physical, like we think of, with like chattel slavery, or even in modern day, the way our jobs kind of keep us in a sense of
Neo did his
compliance and
job.
control.
Yeah, Neo did his job in the beginning. Like, he's waking up to a multitude of things in the original, like all the way through. You're seeing the wake up of a character. Like, the original, like, takes the cake on of all the other ones. And again, like,
Yeah.
I can give 2 and 3 a little bit of credit because the third one did get into like Samsara, like reincarnation, energy source, things like that. The architect is like a very interesting character, but like overall, it's like the first one was like stands on its own to me.
Yeah. Well, the second
agree.
one, the second ones are showing you by the nightmares that he's continuously having, where he's seeing those visions that even though he's gotten to a level of awareness, he's still not completely awake to what's going on because he can't process. And it's with a lot of people. Like me and Jordan, I remember
had to go
we were having
blind to
this
see.
discussion. We were having this discussion with Kamali, and I don't think he could quite get what we were trying to say. Yes, you have a certain amount of awareness, and then you have deeper explanation that you have to get into. And some people might be able to say, okay, well, the system is corrupt. They can get that, but they can't get the minutia of all the things that are going on, and they can't accept that reality on top of it.
That makes sense.
What do you think, Jordan?
Well, as far as the early 3 Matrix movies, they kind of poked fun at it in the fourth movie, but when they took it serious in the second and third movie, they're kind of looking at it like there isn't actually a choice. You're gonna do what you're gonna do. You're gonna be yourself, regardless of like the architect scene, right? In the second Matrix.
Yeah.
Like he's like, we already know. Like I can see
you've already done this 6 times.
Yeah, we've already done this before. We know what you're gonna do.
But a little bit different though. A little bit different because even the architect's kind of surprised about how fast he picks to go. Sorry if I'm spoiling, but to save Trinity.
Well, they should have seen the first 3 by now.
Well, yeah.
Hey.
How
I
fast he
didn't
turns.
L part 3 is now 18 years, okay?
I don't
When
care
did that
about
come
it.
out?
It's fine.
05 or when did that come out? 04 or 05?
I'm never going to watch it.
2003.
It doesn't matter.
2003 is the second Matrix. I think both of them are 2003.
Yeah, because they were both filmed at the same time.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And again, like I give it credit for using the imagery of you got to go blind to see, because that's a dead up a Buddhist metaphor, like dead ass. Like that whole thing is like going blind to see. Like there's mantras like around that alone. Like I thought that was pretty good, so I give it a little bit of credit. But the first one to me was
And you know what?
a whole
That
other
fits
level.
into,
Yeah.
and like everything else that fits into today with the whole serum and what you call it, Marcus, the sickness. It all plays into it. Like you could tell somebody before, look, sometimes these serums have bad effects on people, right? And no, until the child is negatively affected, all of a sudden now you see shit clear. It's unfortunately it's one of those things people got to feel shit
Yeah.
to understand it. Hard head make for a soft ass, but I'm trying not to bust your ass, so you should just listen.
Well, and there was sorry, let me cut you off.
Oh, and now they got the booster mandates, as I was going to say, is like the next level of, oh
Yeah.
shit, what did we do? What did we do, and why do we keep doing it? It should make you think. Why are you complying
Was it
as
10
much as you are?
courts? 10 courts had to strike that down, and then they're going through an OSHA loophole. Like, I haven't been keeping up too much on it,
Yeah, the
but
vaccine ones.
it's nuts. Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, I
But
know.
they're
I'm with you,
they're
Jack.
already
I kind of like
implementing the
turned
booster
off.
ones in certain areas next month, so it's going to be pretty crazy.
Well, and Jordan, there was something you said earlier on, like when all this was going down, like when it first started, that really kind of sunk in. And like I give you a lot of credit for this because you said if it was as serious as they said it would, immediately they would have covered everyone's salary. They would have made sure that everyone was at home, everyone was taken care of, that no one went sick, hungry, or poor. But they don't even do that on a, you know what I'm saying? Like you laid it out. Like they don't even do that normally.
They don't do
But
that for a
they don't do
hurricane
it in the worst
or a
time.
tornado.
Then maybe it's not
They
what we
couldn't
think it
make
is.
movies, though. Think about it
Yeah.
seriously. Like they couldn't make movies.
Yeah.
They couldn't do sports. There couldn't be any of this. They
Yeah.
can't have
So
people in front of
Jordan,
a camera with no mask on and say that masks are helping everything, and then you got the crew with the mask on, and there are different rules for different people. You can't have different rules for different people in a pandemic in which that level of toxicity is in the air. So there's
Yep.
just no way that's possible. Like
so
just
Jordan, do you think
logically
that?
speaking.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask Jordan since
No,
we
that's
had him
it.
here.
I'm
And I'm
done.
gonna get off.
Yeah.
So Jordan, do you think they were trying to lead up to another movie?
I hope not. I hope they I hope they stop it right there.
That's a good answer.
No, that's not a diss for the movie. This is me saying like I think the point the deeper point of what they were trying to make is about like we can't let ourselves create our own new matrix, our own new prison by getting locked into thought patterns. That's kind of what they were saying with this movie. Like, hey, you guys expect a reboot? Okay, here it is. Here's the old shit, right? They showed you a bunch of scenes from the old fucking movies and said, like, hey, this is the Matrix. See, look, bullet diving and wherever they call it, bullet time or whatever the fuck they called it. And see, look, the green Matrix. See, look, Smith. Remember him? See, here he is. See, like they're
I'm
doing
gonna do
that
bullet
type of
time grocery shopping.
like they're doing shit like that in order to say like, hey, don't fall like these studios.
Well, then that
or
makes
super fanboys are saying.
Then
like,
I got a
don't
question
fall
for
that
you
trap.
after that. Do you feel that they made this movie on their own accord, or they were forced into making this movie?
I don't know, but what I heard in the movie was they said, "Hey, we're going to make the." What they said in the actual movie, Warner Brothers are going to make this movie anyways, so why not we make it instead and do what we want with it?
And that's what it felt. That's what it felt a lot like. Like,
Oh, so it was
okay,
trying to break the fourth wall, but it never really quite really did,
Meta?
like Deadpool does.
it felt.
It broke the fourth wall. It did, but not
Yeah.
not like Deadpool. No.
Gotcha. See, I haven't seen it, so I'm a good test if it's a spoiler or not. I still have no fucking idea what's happened in this movie, so we're all good.
good.
Yeah,
Then we're
same.
doing a good job, Jordan. Yeah, and Chris, we're doing a good job then.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess there was some bullet time shit, but we're talking about the Matrix, so like
It's
that's
the
not
Matrix.
a
It
hard
has to
limb to
have
go
bullet
on.
time shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say like that's what I was thinking of, like bullet time, like grocery shopping, like someone's dodging like yogurt or something in the aisle. Like,
Oh, dear.
Well, think about it this way: if you have agents, the agents are obviously going to do bullet time. So you're
right?
you're definitely going to have it in there.
Bullet time shower scenes.
I'm gonna say this.
Were there
I think
female agents this time?
I think the first three movies reached
Equal
out to
opportunity dystopia.
they reached
Yeah.
out to the audience, but the fourth movie was them reaching with both arms into the audience, like please listen. Like not only will you fall into your own matrix in regards to your own thinking patterns, but also as far as movies go, you will take this movie, maybe not that one, but the old movies, you'll take them and you'll come up with things like the red pill or this or that. And it's pseudo compared to your actual experience. And I don't know, you're taking your actual experience and throwing it away for the sake of a movie trope or a cultural trope.
Yeah, and
Instead of like that's the actual
and
Matrix.
I agree with your assessment, but that's one of the issues I had with what they were doing, because it's like taking millions and millions and millions of people and summing up a couple of different interpretations and viewpoints of it and addressing everybody as a whole to a handful of people's reactions.
Well, let's be real. How many people get the fucking Matrix? Let's be real about this. How many fucking people actually
That's
get
a good
fuck-
question.
How many people
because
actually
that-
get what the fuck's being
I
said
would
in those
say
movies?
no one, because
took-
if you're being honest with yourself, there's some concepts they deal with in the first one that we'll never understand fully. Like the amount of fuckery involved.
If I told you all,
I feel like when I talk to people, there are a lot of things which I see which I don't feel they see, and then once I explain, like, oh yeah, I see it now. But I do talk to a lot of people that they don't see a lot of what I see. I'll say that.
That's a good answer.
I felt that before, but at the same time, it's like, how many people got the first base, but yet they're using the red pill. They're using the red pill reference. They're using this reference. They're using that reference, all from the fucking Matrix movies. And they're like, well, 99% of you didn't get the first three movies. So here you go. Here's Matrix 4. Here you go. Enjoy it. I think that's kind of where they might be at. Just my opinion.
I think more. It felt more like kind of a that assessment, what you said, and kind of almost a middle finger to the studio execs.
Oh yeah, that's part of it, because obviously they don't fucking get it. They never got the movies. They saw the money signs.
No, it was just dollar signs, and
yeah, they saw the box office.
And one thing about a movie, it's different if you're doing like more a film. And for those who know the difference between a film and a movie, then I applaud you. If you're doing a film, then yeah, that's what you go for. If you're making a movie, most of the time you're going to be so convoluted that most people are not going to know what the hell is going on.
I got a random ass
lose
question.
Mm-hmm.
What did you guys think of the cinematography? I'm just thinking of things to ask. I haven't seen it.
You first, Jordan.
Much more colorful than the earlier movies.
Interesting.
But that doesn't. I care less about cinematography and
I'm a sucker
even
for
action.
I love it.
I love
that
aesthetics,
cool,
man.
but
If it's got if you've got the best
give me the
script in
core
the
of your
world, but your
story.
cinematography sucks, like it's hard for me to get involved because the whole environment falls apart for me. You know, like John Wick, like the atmosphere of John Wick is like a very, there's a distinct atmosphere to like that film that carries throughout it. Like the reason I bring it up is because I'm curious now to watch the new John Wick and after I watch the new Matrix and see if there was like the time frames were like, because you guys mentioned the hair, right?
Yeah, I don't think it was a major bearing on it.
Okay, gotcha.
The filming, I don't think that. Chris, what's your take on the cinematography?
It was lazy. It was just lazy. I mean, certain parts looked okay, but it just felt lazy to me. Like that scene. The scene on the bus,
Or
it's just
train,
like,
you mean?
Huh?
Or train, you mean?
Train, yeah, sorry. It just felt forced. Like they were trying to like put enough stuff in there to keep the initial fans like, like, yeah, they're still doing this stuff. And it was just like, it felt forced. And to be honest, I don't even like how they did Morpheus. Like that was one of the biggest problems for me.
We're not going down that road.
They fucked up Morpheus.
We'll go down that road when I do my.
Okay. What do you do?
I'm gonna give my assessment on that. That's my
All right.
favorite character from the entire.
A little bit of pushback. What do we do when the artist tells you that they're doing that? Then it's a different story, right? If the artist tells you, "Hey, we're gonna do this right now," now you look at it differently, right? If the artist tells you, like, "Hey, I'm gonna take orange paint and just splatter it all over the wall. You're gonna be like, now you look at it differently than there's someone just splattering paint on a wall. They told you beforehand.
Yeah, that's
okay.
that's true, but it's the same.
God.
It's kind of like the same thing with music, right? When one of the artists says, "I'm going to create this concept album," right? Okay, fine. I'll take it. You're going to create a concept album. I've listened to your concept album. I didn't think it was that good. Like, thank you for telling me in advance, but I didn't really. I don't think like you executed it
It's great.
that well. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, they told us what they was gonna do with Morpheus, but it was just like, all right, I saw what you did with Morpheus, and it was like, I mean, I guess I'm one of the people that criticizing in the movie, right? Because I'm being critical of their work,
yes.
right? But I'm saying you made this to entertain me, so I'm just saying, in terms of entertainment,
Are you not
I wasn't that correct. Not to the extent of the priors.
I felt, Jack, you asked about the cinematography and what I felt they did with the cinematography, because I don't know if a lot of people got this or not. Maybe some people, maybe everybody knew this or not. But for those who didn't know this, I'll say this. When they were inside the Matrix, it was they used the green filter, basically. When they were outside of the Matrix, they used the blue filter. And that was symbolize the difference between being inside the Matrix and being outside of the Matrix. So you can see a difference of being in the real world versus being in the Matrix or the artificial world. What they did in this one is, I believe, by not doing the green or the blue, was to give you the concept that at this point now, the Matrix has become a lot more seamless, that it's harder to tell the difference from being inside the Matrix and outside. So I think that that's what they were trying to do.
It's almost like it's a tee up for the metaverse, from what it sounds like.
I disagree, but I can't do it without spoilers. So I will shut up.
The way they were advertising
I could
it,
debunk
like,
what
I
I could
was on
debunk
board
what
with
you
that.
said. I could debunk that in a second, but I can't without spoilers.
But anyway, guys,
well,
have fun.
And we'll talk about it on Discord.
It's 3:05 here, so I'm gonna go hit the hay. I'm exhausted. So
Billy, we should all. I have to pee.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm going to get ready to close it out, and then I'll talk to
guys. I gotta run. Marcus, I'll call you tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, definitely call
I'll
me.
send you the
bro,
script,
thanks,
Chris.
man. Jack, I'll holla. Al, I'll
Later
talk
on,
to
bud.
you.
And Al, I'll talk to you later on when I talk to
Enjoy that Lakers game.
Franco. But Jordan, while you're on here, I don't really talk about Lakers. But I was wondering, you're on here. You got anything that you want to plug before we get out of here, so people can know?
I have nothing going on. I will plug. I will plug.
Plug your cartoons, man.
I have nothing. I really have nothing.
Dude, plug your cartoons, dude. Those are awesome.
It's not mine by my own, but I really have nothing to plug.
You helped with them.
I'm just a movie fan. I'm a movie fan. I'm a Matrix fan. I heard the discussion, so I'm like, okay, let me jump in there. That's all I got. That's why.
I'm gonna watch it now because of this discussion, by the way. Because I was gonna put it off for a little bit, but because of this.
No. I still think you should. Any Matrix fan, I still think that they should watch it so everybody can have. Their full take on there and see what they really think about it. I mean, there's some points that me and Jordan are definitely going to agree on. There's some points that we didn't agree, that we're not going to agree on, and because I agree with, okay, you're making a project and a body of work and you have a certain message or images that you want to portray. But at the same time, if you've made something which you made people fall in love with, and then to go and completely subvert that, and I know you don't agree that they're doing that, but to subvert people's expectations and to kind of take it, a hard left when everybody's expecting a hard right, you got to expect that a lot of the people who would be fans of it are not going to be pleased with exactly how you took it. So were there some good in there? Yeah. Were there some things I really didn't like in there? Yeah. Overall, it is their creation to do what they want with it. I'll just say that if I had my take, there's a lot that I would have did a lot differently. There are some things that I think that I would definitely keep that they did that I liked, but a majority of it I would have did differently. I'll say that.
Cinematically, yeah, I agree with you.
Mhm.
Cinematically, there's a bunch of things I would have did different, but the core message of the movie is not going to change for me.
I agree with what they did with the core message, but I felt like you could have gave that core message, and you could have did like they've done with the other movies where they were checking off multiple boxes at the same time, and I felt like they could have did that without
It's too late in the game for that, bro.
It's over now.
Too
I
late
mean,
in the game.
It's already
No, I don't.
over
No,
and
hold
done
on.
with now. They can't
Real
go back
quick.
and
Real quick. I don't mean the movie. I don't mean the movie. I'm saying it's too late in the game for like societally. It's too late in the game for that shit, bro. Let's be real about that. If these guys look at the guys who made the first 3 Matrix, right? If they made those fucking movies, right, and they have that type of deep sense of things in those 3 movies, then they bring this 4th one out and it looks completely like different. Like, this is fucking crazy compared to those first 3 movies. This is absolutely alien compared to those movies.
But they could
so
have
like, okay, what the
expanded
fuck
on
are we
it.
doing here? What's the point of this?
They could have expounded on a lot.
They
of
could be
things.
telling people that, the people that thought they left the Matrix or might be actually in the Matrix. Seriously, they might be saying that in the 4th movie. Dead ass. Just being real with you. That's it.
But is that so bad?
Well,
I
people
mean,
have been using these tropes for fucking years, bro.
But part of why I love the first movie is I never watched any other movie that left me in such deep thought. After this one, I was not in any deep thought at all. I was just like, okay, over, bye, done with it. It left a lot to be desired. That's all I'm saying.
Well, here's the thing. The thing you might get locked into, they might be calling the Matrix. Like, here's what they're calling the Matrix. Let me explain this to you. In my opinion, I don't know if I don't know the filmmakers or anything. Like, in my opinion, what they're calling the Matrix is your thought patterns repeating themselves over and over and over again. That's the thing. That's what I think they're trying to say in this 4th Matrix movie. Like, Neo, right? He's the one, right? And he knows his story. He knows the first 3 movies. He experienced it. What is it now? Now it's a video game that Neo creates. Oh, fuck! I spoiled. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, but it's like it becomes a new thought pattern to have, rather than like this actual free feeling idea of being the one, which is not meant for Neo himself. It's meant for the audience that engross themselves in.
But if they were going to go that direction, why try to bring it back to a semblance of keeping it all intact? I mean, if you're going to do that, just burn it all the way down.
They did burn it all the way down, but the audience doesn't get it, just like they didn't get the first 3 movies. I'm telling you, bro. Just like they didn't get the first 3 movies, which is why they had to make a documentary on the side that no one fucking saw about the philosophy of the Matrix. The what'd they call it? Fuck, I forgot the name of it.
How would you rank
there
it
was a
against
documentary
Batman?
about it.
Like whatever Batman's your favorite. Like I know that's hard to do. That's kind of like apples and oranges, but
All right, freak you. Dark Knight is
Okay.
number 1.
Yeah.
Black Swan is number 2.
But
Matrix,
like
number 3.
you see how the cinematography though, when they show Gotham, like how you see Gotham is through the lens of the camera. Like the cinematography is so crucial in all those Batman films. Why they work so well. Like Christopher Nolan's Batman, right? The darkness, you feel it in that camera. Like so, like that's what I'm saying is the Matrix. Like you compare the cinematography in that, compare it to the Matrix, like because that's crucial. What you brought up, Marcus, like where they changed the lens effect. That's when you like that's a crucial thing for people to realize is how immersive it was by showing you what environment you're in by the lens filter change. Like that was crucial in the first one. So if they don't even do that in this one, that's nuts to me.
They don't. Not in my opinion. Not what I saw. They don't.
So it sounds like they're
Keep us
making it like
moving.
this is your reality now, but we're gonna kick you. Like we're gonna criticize that this is the reality now. Like
I'm telling you, Jack.
They give you enough dialogue.
Because I've talked with you
For you
about
to
this,
notice
Jack,
the difference.
and I know
Just being honest.
you are a Game of Thrones fan.
Yeah.
To me, this felt like when Arya kills the White Walker.
Oh, you spoiling motherfucker, bro.
Hey, season 1. No, not.
Hey, if
it's
they
not
haven't
for
seen,
season
if
1.
they have not seen Game of Thrones by
People
now,
I know watching right now who have not seen all of Game of Thrones. You
They are
motherfucker.
not missing anything.
Don't get me started on the Red Wedding.
Or Red,
oh, and by the way, in Lost, they're all dead.
Who cares about Lost?
Arya's is like, bam.
I'm only talking about shows I like, okay? I don't care about anything else. Fuck
you gotta
Lost.
save people from
Lost was dope
wasting
until
time
that
watching
last season.
last season.
Gosh, they should just
Like
never
what they do with
let
Scrubs.
studios control shows. It fucks everything up.
Yeah, look at Scrubs when they changed writers
Wait,
over to
L?
ABC. They lost everything about it. They tried to is that kind of how the latest Matrix was? They tried to be the original, but they were just hinting back at like tropes.
Oh
that
no,
used in the
they did
original.
not. No. They didn't try to be
Okay.
original. I'll definitely say they weren't trying to do a
gotcha.
reset of the original.
L?
Interesting.
Have you seen the
Yeah.
movie, L?
Matrix
L-
4?
L and
I haven't
L.
even seen
Have you
Matrix
seen the movie?
3. No.
Okay. So when you say about studios controlling things, okay, just keep that in mind. That's it.
No, I heard you before. I've been listening.
Okay, just remember it. Keep it in mind.
I was talking about Vanguard Group because I'm on that kick now.
Now it's going to be
Owning-
interesting.
Owning
Now it's gonna be
HBO,
interesting, Jack.
Jones
Interesting.
Matrix.
When you see it, if you lean more towards my perspective or Jordan's perspective.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it now, and I mean, I'll let you guys know. That's interesting because now I've got some
I'll
interesting
bootleg it
takes.
if I can.
Because I think we both were coming from very thought out, nuanced positions. I hope I'm at least.
I'm probably going
nuanced
to
as
fall
Jordan.
along the lines of both. Like, I'm probably going to see from both your perspectives and kind of like find a median because that's kind of how I am with films. Like, hearing it from people that are thoughtful when they watch it, I can kind of get how I'm going to feel about it. Like, I'm going to be let down. I already know I am because I'm walking into it with The Matrix 1, 2, and 3. So,
Yeah, if you're
Woods-
walking in
yeah.
looking for basically a continuation of the 3.
Oh, it's not.
No.
See, it's already lost me there, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't need any more meta shit. I'm already in metaverse.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm already entrenched in metaverse research and shit.
Well, I'm not going to say anything on that.
The metaverse shit's nuts.
I
man.
just know that, metaverse is what's coming. Damn.
Yep.
Shit, it's starting to come down. Holy crap.
Is the metaverse coming for you, Marcus?
Stop here.
No, I mean, it's like raining so hard. I need to close my window. I mean, my door all the way. It is like.
That's weird. It stopped here and it's over there.
Since I've been here in California, going on or over 4 years or so, I've never seen it rain this hard before. Never. Not even for like a couple of minutes. Like, this is downpouring like that when you're driving and you can only see like maybe about a half a mile ahead because it's downpouring so hard. It's raining.
Or when
like
it comes sideways, like when you see it coming sideways at you.
Yes.
Ugh, scary.
Super.
Yes, it's raining like that. I'm trying. I was gonna say
Did you pause
another
my
thing. Another thing that it kind of reminded me
I'm an
of
asshole, forgive me.
the difference is I guess I'll table that for another time. I was trying to remember something that came back to me. But no, it would be a long-winded explanation. We said walk into the Indiana Jones. I don't even want to. That movie. No. Being a big fan of Indiana Jones.
That was awful.
I was.
That was the worst thing ever.
I haven't seen them torch a legacy that fast, so quick in a trill like a series in my entire life. The way that they went so soulless, like in the immediate first part of that film, it was just bad.
I don't know. What were your takes on that one, Jordan? On the Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones, go Crystal Skulls.
I went with South Park, where they were like aliens. Really?
Yeah.
Like,
That's why I was
why?
like, really?
Why would you
I
like?
put a lot of it on my head.
No, that's where I went. I'm not the biggest Indiana Jones fan. Like, just
Same.
not based on like my love or hate for the movies, just based on like me seeing the movies or not. Like I've seen them as kids, but as a kid I just don't remember them too well. And then the Crystal Skull thing, I saw that as a teenager, and I'm just like, this is terrible.
Oh, wait a minute. Shit.
Aliens? What?
How old are you, Jordan?
No comment.
I can tell you're younger than me. I thought you were.
No
I
comment.
thought you were closer to my age. That tells me you're younger than me.
No comment.
Because I remember how old I was when I saw that Indiana Jones movie. I'll just say that. Let's just say I'm older than Jordan.
Well, I remember Shia LaBeouf with a slick back. I'm just like, nope.
Yep.
No, I'm good. Nah, I'm good.
Like, I put it this way. When I saw, let's see, what was the one where he had his father come? Because I literally used to watch The Young Indiana Jones. That was a TV show. Probably a lot of you guys have never heard of it. But they had a TV show for a little while, Young Indy, and I used to watch it. And they had an Indiana Jones cartoon for a while. Most people don't know about that either.
I mean, I'll date myself and say my favorite things as a kid was Ninja Turtles and Ghostbusters. That's it.
Yay!
Now I'll shut up. Now I'll
I
shut
feel
up.
you on that one.
I like the Ninja Turtles. I had Ninja Turtle shoes, and they were
too.
boy shoes.
Let's just,
I was ahead of that trend. Not on
let's
purpose.
just say the
That's fair.
first cartoon which I really remember watching and liking, which I barely remember, would be Thundercats.
Thundercats is good.
So Thundercats and Voltron was a little bit ahead of me, but I do kind of remember being a kid and Voltron was on. So
I watched.
We need to get me and Glory on to talk about anime sometime because
yeah, you guys will lose me on that.
Man.
By the time anime
online.
came out, I was like a little past. Like, what is it when people were talking about like Pokemon Go? I was like, what is that?
See,
Look
I
how
was
he
never
said it,
really
bro.
into that.
Look
I
how
was into
Marcus
more
said
like,
that. Pokemon.
I was more into like Ghost in the Shell, like not really
Sorry.
I was more into like the spiritual, thoughtful, more like the Matrix type anime movies, the cyberpunk films, right? The ones where they're like Ghost in the Shell is literally the main character's asking, "This cyberization is bad. Who am I now? Like, am I owned to a corporation or the government or a tool of the state, or am I a person?" That's what she's solving through the whole thing. So when they made the new one, they ruined it. Yeah.
And so that tells me you probably let's see, what Ion Flux, would that be in your wheelhouse
Yeah.
too? Okay.
Yeah, so that's why in the Animatrix, that's why I like the Animatrix, because the
Stern.
director or the guy that did it did one of the segments in it. Yep.
I know it did, Glory, but it wasn't.
Glory.
It was not as popular. It was not nearly as mainstream as it is, now. Or I mean, a lot of people were not listening to any anime when I was growing up, especially
I love
if you
Akira.
grew up like in the hood. You did not know what the hell it was.
I do have a message I want to bring up from my boy. Pause. My dude, he's telling me he's saying the new Spider-Man movie is one of the worst movies ever made, and for some reason gets all these box office accolades and shit like that. And the boy I'm talking about is me. I'm saying that it's a fucking trash movie. Get that trash shit out of here. Marvel movies are mediocre. I'm sorry, bro. I will
Thanks for the
debate
heads up.
anyone on this fucking topic. They will
You will
get
die
destroyed.
on this hill.
Yes. Well, I won't die. I won't die because I'm right.
I admire your conviction.
They'll get wrecked on this topic. Point blank. Period, bro.
I didn't even like Homecoming. There's a very
Thank you.
controversial statement. I'll take the heat. I did not like the ending. I didn't like the CGI. I thought it was shit, and that's how I feel.
Then I need to have Jordan and Franco debate this.
Franco can carve his grave out right now. Like, get a tombstone, carve his little name out. He can carve it right now if he wants to. I heard his comment on the Matrix movie.
Yeah,
I'll destroy him on that too.
Yeah, because he was like, the Matrix was like basically garbage, and he said Spider-Man, it was like one of the best movies he's ever seen.
He can tell me about consciousness with the fucking Matrix all fucking day. I'm gonna wreck his shit, bro.
Well, but you gotta remember, and like we've talked about it before, in
Glory,
your
stop.
space, it's a very, very deeply philosophically thought out platform, and so if you're not somebody who's really thinking very, very deep and nuanced into a lot of issues, you're not going to see where Jordan is coming from on a lot of this stuff. And so I'm glad I hopefully can follow along somewhat.
That's no problem. I'll make him see what I'm saying. I don't mind that.
And I'm beating with the facts.
Glory, stop yourself right now, bro.
I see her. She's going after you right now.
Love you, Glow.
But
But
yeah,
Batman Returns was the best in all of the Batmans.
What?
Wait, excuse me?
I will
Say that
fight
again?
you. But
Say that again?
Batman Returns was the best in all of the Batmans.
Nah.
No.
No.
The Michael Keaton number 2, Batman number 2 with the Michael Keaton. Stop it, L.
No.
Stop.
I think you're going back to memories as a child and memorizing it and not remembering. There we go. Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
It was a comic.
Thank you. Yes, The Dark Knight is the best. Period. But
It's
the Nolan
no contest.
The Nolan.
Why are you here, Chris?
The Nolan
Go to
movies
sleep.
are.
Yeah, why don't you sleep, Chris?
Chris.
Oh
Don't worry
boy.
about it.
Here goes
The
Glory
best
with
opening. I'll say that's the best opening for sure.
Here goes
And best
Glory
opening,
sounding like Skylar right
100%.
now.
Batman sucks.
Who's got a butler too, Glory?
Glory,
He's
just
got a
know,
butler.
by the way, I smoked Nico House before our when I appeared on Franco's channel with Nico and Marcus, right before that debate started. I wrecked him on Batman, just so everybody knows. Put it on record. It's out in the public now. Nico, I wrecked your shit on Batman, bro.
You hear that? You got to come and defend yourself now, Nico. You got to come and defend yourself now.
No, he shouldn't. He shouldn't. Don't embarrass himself like that. He should not do that. You think I'm joking? Oh, embarrass him.
You're gonna tell him. You're gonna tell him stick to what was it? The zodiac signs and stuff.
Stick to Captain America and Captain Marvel and Captain whoever the fuck, bro. Stay some Marvel shit, bro. Get away from me.
Say don't come to the DC side.
And then tell him like, yo, you want to go in Tulsi too? I'll go Tulsi Gabbard too, bro. I know he loves.
You gonna go there on the Tulsi? Wow.
I know he loves Tulsi too. I'll get him there too, bro.
Oh man,
it's
attacking
open
Nico
season,
hard
bro.
tonight.
It's open season. The New Year's coming. It's open season for everybody.
Then you got to bring up the
I can't
127
wait.
Echo programs in Africa.
It's open season.
I'm gonna let him know what you said now.
No, you should.
I'm gonna let him know, and then hey.
And I asked there's real questions about him.
Nico got a lot of pride, man. It's hard for him to just be
me too.
Like, I'm gonna take it. So hey, it's gonna be interesting though. I'm gonna hit him up about all of it.
It's about to be 2022. Bring him on. I would love it. It sounds fun. It sounds glorious. But I definitely don't want to debate Batman though. That's for sure. I'll debate Batman with him. That'd be so much fun. But the Tulsi shit's not gonna be so fun. Just being honest with you.
You hear what Glory said? Ooh, she said she ain't Nico. Man,
Glory, Glory, I already
all
wrecked
of
you
y'all
on Batman.
there.
Glory, stop. Glory, stop it. I already wrecked you on Batman too. Stop it. Get out of here.
I'm telling you, she sounded like Tinder out there.
Get Mother Earth out of here, bro. Out of here.
But yeah,
I love Glory.
I know we all love Glory. This is a fun chat, and much love to Nico too. He's our brother, so I definitely want to. This is a good friendly battle to be able to see a nice friendly melee. So I definitely would love to see this, but yeah, we're getting late. We're not as champs like you, Jordan. We don't do those like marathon streams, which you're able
I haven't
to
done
do.
shit in like a month, bro. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about I've seen you do
I'm
like
joking around.
I'm like I have seen you do
gone
like 8 hours
before.
like it was
Yeah,
nothing.
we've gone 8 hours, Jordan, dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
And not like, oh, it was just this one off. I've seen you like do that like 4 times
I've
in a
went
2-week
and gone and
period.
done shit. I've done errands before and like knocked out some adulting shit, and then come back and been like, holy shit, they're still.
I was like, this dude is a champ. How does he do it?
Well, it's fun. That's why.
I mean, it's fun. But you know,
Sleep is fun.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Just saying.
but I always have to get pulled out.
Nothing's
You know, I gotta get yanked away from the table because I'll be like, oh, I'm only gonna do it this long, and the next, you know, I always go way longer than I say I'm gonna go. So, you know, I gotta put a bun in it there and leave it there. Jack, you got anything you like to plug or let anybody know about?
Not 100%, but just some things. Just doing a lot of just different research, going over just a lot of notes, a lot of various different things, and looking back over just like a lot of the stuff that we're seeing right now is not like Marcus, like we were saying earlier, they don't really hide this stuff. It's just you got to know where to look. And then when it's like, I'm sure you find this when you look into your research and all this stuff that's going on with like Maxwell, her sister and shit. Like it's known that they were running those companies. And nothing happened. Nothing happened to any of that shit. And so, like, I'm seeing the same stuff from the legislative side and everything. It's kind of gross, actually. Like, I'm finding out now, like, just to give a little teaser of the research I'm finding, Fauci, his role was named for something we're going through years ago. Just saying. Didn't prove anything, but it is interesting that they changed legislation after it was already essentially brought to the floor. It's specifically updated to make the director of the Institutes of Allergies and Infectious Diseases responsible in the case of bioterrorism and other related events. So that's just the teaser of what I'm looking into. So yeah, it's pretty interesting, man.
And to answer Kelly said, did I miss if you guys were doing a New Year's Eve Day show? Yes, we are. We'll probably be going a little bit earlier than we normally do, just in case I have to go to something, just in case. I don't really celebrate, you know, New Year's because to me that's not the actual New Year. So
It isn't.
You know, I go off of more actual Hebrew calendar, so New Year is actually in the spring, not in the winter. But you know, I don't know. I might be obligated.
Exactly.
Might be obligated to do something.
Does anyone really know when New Year's is?
Well, think about it. Just
did
in
anyone
general,
know that reference, or did I just say stupid shit?
Well, just in general, a new year would have to be after the ending of a cycle, not in the middle of a cycle. So
and lunar or what is it, Gregorian? What's the difference?
Gregorian calendar.
Gregorian calendar
versus the shit. I can't remember the one that was before.
I think it's.
But when
lunar.
you start, well, Hebrew calendar goes off of Hebrew go off of lunar. That's like the Sabbaths.
Lunar.
We judge our Sabbaths and feast days off of the lunar calendar. That's how we're able to keep up with it because the Gregorian calendar it's changed so much.
Yeah, exactly.
But how long is a year?
We will be doing a show, and I'm leaving it all open to all friends of the show. Anybody who wants to come on, I believe I have up to like 9-10 slots that I can have on here. So I'm gonna bring a little bit of everybody on here.
I'll be down to drop by for sure, man. Yeah, that sounds dope.
Jack, yeah, you're definitely welcome. You know, Shadow if he's not busy. Just try to have everybody come through, swing through, have some fun. And what we will be talking about, one thing in particular I know is we will be talking about our predictions for 2022.
Ooh, that's good. That's good.
Yikes.
So whether and I don't care if it's political, you know, predictions or if it's in the film industry, music, whatever. It doesn't matter if it's metaverse stuff, whatever it is, you know.
That's a good one.
Any kind of predictions, that's what we're going to talk about. And then I'm going to leave it open for everybody to put me on the hot seat and ask questions. So you want to ask me any questions you want to ask about anything for the most part, I'll answer.
Are you a Kansas City Chiefs fan? Are you a fan of the Chiefs?
You know it, sir.
You wear all those
know
fucking
it.
KC hats, bro. All right.
Well, I grew up in KC.
I know that. I knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder if you're.
Well,
a
you
Chiefs
got to
fan.
remember, if you're a real
If you're my
KC
homie.
native, you cannot just, unless you're my brother, you can't go against the Chiefs. You know, it's almost like sacrilegious to go against the Chiefs or Royals or, you know, or even Monarchs back in the day, or the Kansas City Kings. You know, so I could go through all the teams. My grandfather was a huge Monarchs fan back in the day. I might even wear it on next show where he has Buck O'Neil signed hat. So I might wear that one on.
Okay.
And which a lot of people don't know, the KC Monarchs and the Royals, the reason why that sounds kind of similar is because the KC Monarchs became the Royals. They're the only baseball team that comes from the Negro Leagues.
Interesting.
Wow.
I knew about the Monarchs, but I didn't. Okay.
Well, what happened is it used to be the Kansas City A's. The A's left to Oakland. We didn't have a team, and so the Monarchs became the Royals.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, it's some interesting history in
Didn't
Kansas
they move
City.
the Raiders?
Yeah, back and forth from Oakland to Oakland, and then back and forth to LA, and then then they left and went where? I'm trying to remember. They went somewhere else too for a minute. But that's the same thing like with the Browns. The Browns got moved, and then you know it's a whole mess. The Browns became the Ravens eventually. So it all gets interesting. Just that's like I can't. LA Raiders, I can't root for them. I just can't.
Nah.
What happened when they moved the team out of St. Louis? It's kind of unforgivable to me. It's just like you'll never see me root for the Thunder because the Oklahoma City Thunder was supposed to be in Kansas City. They were supposed to move from Seattle to KC, and that's unforgivable.
This is the extent
Really,
of my
I did not know
knowledge,
that.
They literally built this giant, beautiful arena. It looks like a big glass bowl. It's nice and pretty and all that, with no team there.
Wow.
Was that an advertisement, or was that like we know we're getting you, and then they
had
canceled
already
the contract?
decided that the owner said that he made it a agreement that he was going to put it there, and then fuck it, I'm putting it in my hometown.
Holy shit!
Yeah, and the thing about it is, Kansas is literally the state where the modern rules for basketball was basically invented, and we can't get a fucking NBA team. You know, KU under what was his name? Fog Allen. He created a lot of the modern rules for basketball because he was the assistant coach to Dr. James Naismith.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. Like that's what that's why KU's their basketball where they play is called Allen Fieldhouse after Fog Allen.
Really? Okay. I know that name.
Yeah.
Alan Foghouse, I know Naismith, but I don't know. Yeah.
Oh well, one of the basketball teams I played for, AAU, we literally our coach made us take a referee test. So we had to take like the 200 question referee test. And part of that was so that we wouldn't fuck up while we were out on the on the court. You'd never have us pulling a Chris Webber. Because our little AAU team, everybody knew the rules way better than even a lot of collegiate players. And I'm talking about this was when I was in like 7th grade. You know, that team even knew that. And that team carried on to, believe it or not, a lot of the top NBA players who came out of KC all played for the same AAU team. That should be an interesting, what do they call it? A 20 for 20 for ESPN. In fact, 2 of them who came out of that area, 2 of them became NBA head coaches. Earl Watson and Tyronn Lue. He was out of Mexico, Missouri.
Oh, that's dope. I know both those players. I remember them when they were playing. Yeah.
Yep. I played 30 for 30. Thanks, Glory. But yeah, I played high school ball and AAU ball with Earl Watson. He came out 2 years before me.
Phoenix Suns. I remember him, man. And definitely
Yep.
Tyronn Lue, man. Because
I-
of the Iverson shit. But yeah.
I actually
remember
got, and when they were all at UCLA together, him and Baron Davis coming back, to the school, playing around a little, pickup ball. I can say officially I've been dunked on by Baron Davis.
That's one of my favorite players to ever watch play was Baron Davis. Seriously. Just the way, he was the first, freak athlete point guard.
Mm-hmm.
That, very overall skilled, in every area.
Oh, yeah.
And
he's super strong.
Oh, he's a big guy. He's a big
Super
guy.
strong. Well, I mean, I'm only 5'11", 6 foot, and he's 6'4", bordering on 6'5", and it's noticeable. And at that time, our high school body versus college body, man, there's no chance. And then also a couple of other players that we had. He didn't make it to the pros, but Victor Williams. He leads Oklahoma State steal, I believe, in overall steals. Their steal history. So him, and then what was the other ones? The Rush brothers or Rush family: Kareem Rush, Brandon Rush, Jerron Rush. I played with all those guys back in the day.
I know of Brandon Rush, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When he went to Kansas, I remember watching him playing college ball and shit.
Oh yeah.
Now tie that all into the new Matrix.
Yeah, we got a call back.
They're probably gonna have a way where you can all play them in the with the Oculus
metaverse.
on in the metaverse.
You can have them sell their team out in the metaverse. Is that what you're saying?
That's you're gonna be able to play against them in the metaverse to watch.
I love it.
What did Glory say there? Say AAU ball. What did you say about AAU ball? AAU and travel ball is so toxic, bro. I was so glad to be done. I mean, it's if you were, I get what she's saying. I'll just leave it at that. It's some pros and some cons to it. I mean, and if you didn't play AAU ball in my area, it's virtually impossible to go college. So, those are the people who they look at first. And what our coach did was he literally went around to all the middle schools and high schools, and if you're a top player on that team, then he invites you to the tryouts. And so he literally just cornered the market on all the best players in the city.
Coming soon to the metaverse.
I've seen that with baseball for sure.
Well, and we had some studs come out of baseball in our area too. It's kind of funny. The Royals. This is one reason why I love and hate the Royals so much. Albert Pujols was going to take a pay cut. He wanted to go to the Royals so bad because he played high school ball in, I believe, Raytown. Raytown's not that far from Kansas City, and so he wanted to be close to his family. And they said, "Oh, well, we don't think he's going to develop into a big hitter," so they passed on him in the draft.
That's one of my favorite players ever, Albert Pujols.
I got to watch him play in person a lot before he was a pro.
Really?
And I also got to get outrun by Darren Sproles too quite a bit, so that's always fun.
Darren Sproles, the cornerback? Am I tripping?
Running back.
Running back?
Yeah, little short kickoff returner.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
His school was like the school which used to stomp everybody's school into the ground when I was in high school. The 4 years I was in high school, and then the going into my brother's years too. I think they went 8 years in a row where they were damn near undefeated and went to state every year. They went to state every year and won 7 out of the 10 years.
Oh, I know you're talking about now. Okay, he's a smaller running back in the NFL.
Super short, smaller
guy
back.
Was quick as fuck.
Yeah,
and did punt returns and
yeah, for the Eagles and for the Chargers.
Yes,
and then eventually for the
Saints. Yeah.
All I got to say to that is Vanguard
and Jets too. I think I remember Sproles.
Yeah, Vanguard.
Yeah. which
I'm so lost on what you guys are talking about.
yeah,
I
not a sports
agree,
guy.
Jack. I agree.
All right, yeah. I mean, I know we can go on and on about this, which a lot of people don't know. I'm versatile. I can talk a bunch of different topics.
I was gonna say
I saw a whole
we can sort of,
video about Vanguard and BlackRock.
Oh,
It was
that's
really good.
awesome.
Monopoly. Look it up on YouTube.
Oh,
Monopoly.
nice. Thank you. I'm doing
Well,
a lot of. I'm finding
let me
they
say
got their
this.
shit and everything.
Let me
I
say
only
this.
have one part that I didn't love, but that's it.
Let me say this.
It's hard to please me though.
I got to get back to my. I think I'm on Game of Thrones season 6, episode 6.
You're just getting to season 6.
No. This is for someone else. This is for someone, not me. I'm playing this for someone
Okay.
else. I got to get back to that, but I do want to say, I do understand. I'm sorry if I'm airing this, but I feel I need to say it. Like, I understand there's riffraffs possibly happening, and I hope everyone would step up to the fucking table and just lay their shit out and get through it. If we're all well-meaning people here, we can all fucking do that.
Yeah.
There's no fucking. That's not difficult to do. We can all sit down and fucking talk to each other, and whatever, argue about whatever the fuck after that. But first, let's just get through our normal human shit. That's all I got. That's all I got, Marcus. And
no, I mean,
with
I
that,
appreciate it. I mean, how can we ever get anywhere if we don't talk about anything? And me and you have been on the
difficult,
same
yeah.
page on many things. We've been on the opposite page on things. And one thing I've always appreciated about you is that we've always been able to keep everything all civil, always, still keep our friendship intact. And no matter what the issue is, no matter how much we disagreed on something, we never took it as a personal slight against each other. It was just like, hey, well, he thinks that, well, he thinks that. And okay, that issue's done. Back to being cool and talking about some other shit. And so, that's one thing I always appreciated about you, Jordan.
Well, I have a special recipe. I am nice and mean to everyone simultaneously. That's how I live, and it is what it is. I'm just hoping everyone, at some point, doesn't have to happen, right? Because obviously people go their separate ways. Hopefully, everyone just fucking get to the table, get to the Thanksgiving table, and fucking argue about turkey, whatever.
Kelly, come to his Discord. Come to Jordan's Discord. There you can talk about anything. That's where we when we really want to get into talking about some stuff which is taboo in a lot of areas, we're able to have those conversations normally on Jordan's platform. That's where I go to and have these conversations most of the time. So you want to find me and hear some of the completely uncensored conversations and hear a lot of people who just really talk what's on their mind and hearts. Go to Jordan's Discord. I mean, it can be a ruckus jungle sometimes, but it's fun. It's definitely a lot of fun over there.
Well, you got to be ready to hear some shit, bro. Let's be real. You're gonna have people that are gonna say shit. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna throw fucking questions at people. You better be fucking ready. If you're not ready, if you don't want to do that, go ahead. Go do your thing. Go live your life. But if you want to be around, in my opinion, some of the most realist conversations, you get it. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to eat shit to fucking do it. So good luck is my comment. Good luck.
Oh yeah.
I love everyone. I love everyone, but
yeah.
Good luck. You're gonna have to eat some shit. I'm sorry, bro. If someone got a problem with you, sorry, bro. You're gonna have to eat shit.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Just make sure it's not for the faint of heart.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. You just make sure you back up your points with solid points, and that's all to it.
Yeah, just don't diss Batman, and you're good. You're fine. Don't insult Batman, and you'll make it. Don't worry.
I forgot. It's kind of late in the stream, but you know what? I will do a little shameless plug. I've been taking forever to get this done, but now that I have my laptop, I'm not even going to do a lot of the editing that I was going to do with it. So I'm just going to end up dropping this video pretty soon. The video that I'm doing on the real Mount Sinai, So it'll be on my Hebrew Apologetics page. I definitely say you guys should check that out. Even if you're not really religious and you're like, yeah, all this is BS, whatever. I'm going to show you a lot of things which if you have your doubts or whatever, fine, come at it and take it. But I'm going to throw a lot of factual things to support my arguments in there. And well, not even things I'm saying. It's just a video I've found and I've edited a couple of ways. Threw a couple of things in there for fun because I was going to literally go through and just back up some of the stuff they're saying with scripture, but I'm just going to just tell you guys where to look, being a little lazy, I'll be honest. And then on my next one, I'm just going to pull it up with my laptop, and then I'll be able to pull up those scriptures and things a lot easier because it is a hell of a lot of work doing it the way my editing software is on my phone. So yeah, check that one out. And it should be up sometime this week. I'll just say that. I'm not going to make any promises like I did last week, but it'll be up fairly shortly. That's right. You already plugged. Jordan, would you be actually? Go ahead and ask him if he'd be interested in doing your political matrix. Yes, sure.
Oh, you mean the Matrix? Yeah, if you want to be in the
ask him,
Matrix,
why not?
go ahead. Shit, I don't know how we're gonna call that many people, but sure. If you're in LA, that's even better. But I don't know where you're based, so.
Not LA, Alaska.
Not
actually.
LA. That'd be kind of difficult. I don't know
Snowing.
how many people we could call, but.
Oh shit! You're in Alaska?
Of course, it's snowing right now next to a polar bear. We're hugging.
I miss you.
All the cliches at once. There's like a salmon jumping out of the stream into a polar bear's mouth. Now that'd be a grizzly, right?
Don't ask me. I'm from Alaska. I wouldn't know.
Marcus, go to the private chat and put that link in the chat because it's hard to find. Apparently, I had to search it on DuckDuckGo. Even with the name, the whole name wouldn't be searchable on YouTube because they're hiding it. That's how you know it's a good documentary.
Yep, especially with
YouTube doesn't want us to see it.
If I can figure it out, I'm not as good as Chris is. Shit! I keep clicking on it. I just keep clicking on it over and over and over. Nope. Still trying to figure this laptop thingy out, so I can't put it in there. I did it before once, but I do not know what I'm doing. Oh shit! Hold on, I think I did it.
Oh shit!
Let's see. Hold on.
When I did it.
Let's see. Copy. Let's see if it lets me.
This is some edge of the seat entertainment, y'all. I'm just saying.
This is exactly where the show really gets good.
All right, there we go.
Just wait for it. There it is.
It is in the chat for you all, ladies and gents. And yes,
there's only one part that I didn't enjoy.
It's even late for me out here. So yes, need to wrap. Ooh, you hear that with the neck popping? Wow. But
my back.
Much appreciated for having Jack on and having Jordan swing through. Emmanuel, Chris, as always, and Elle. Thank you all for joining us. Definitely fun. Especially having you pop in here. First time I had you come on, Jordan, and I appreciate it so much. You're able to swing through. Jordan, he bigs up our channel, here and there. He shows us live on his channel, and I appreciate when he does that. Want to make sure I give appreciation for it. But this has been the Political Matrix. I'm your host, Young Morpheus, and y'all have a good night. And hopefully you guys had a happy holiday. All right, good night, everyone.
Night,
everyone.